Okay, and I'm back up on live stream. I'm just gonna leave it up. I guess last night's got too long to save. It got really long, but that's okay. I was just up on live stream for people to see. There's tons of it. So we're gonna leave this on until the criminals are in custody and I'm alone in my house watching TV alone in my house. So I'm online, not being stalked.
So I know he was in 14 words. He's in some like kind of cute stuff. He's in some like flair stuff, but like that's a lot more than I do. Especially with Slip Rubber, who was bringing me into these much smaller tracks. What's really clear now is that Slip Rubber had been trying for years to influence people to engage in terrorism, and he was successful. Yuri Krycek is his product. Yuri Krycek is somebody that he influenced. We took our reporting on Slovak Pro and Yuri Krycek's Slovak authorities. It's really become clear to me that Yuri Krycek and Slovak Pro had ongoing conversations for years. Peter Keisel is the prosecutor who oversaw the investigation into Slovak Pro. But he said he'd never seen the 2019 messages between the two. Is that we are not aware of this communication on the prosecution office was not aware of this communication. We were surprised when we learned that they were having these extensive conversations. Yeah, because there was a communication in 2019 and the other was in 2022, so there was a really, yeah, I believe that connection persisted past 2019, but it seems to me like Slovak Pro lied to me about his level of connection. Yeah, it's missing. Throughout 2020, Telegram was evolving from a loose network of accounts into a prolific propaganda machine made up of dozens of accelerations channels, with Slovak Pro at its center. Hey everybody, welcome to Hate Lab. Alright, Slovak Pro is joining us from Breakfast on Hate Lab. That year, Pavel Benedict, as Slovak Pro, was interviewed on a Telegram-related podcast. Law enforcement in the U.S. and abroad was taking notice. What's interesting about this collective is how transnational it is and how interconnected some of the players are in it. Rebecca Miners, Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence and Counterterrorism at the NYPD. Her unit was monitoring Telegram as it stepped up production of extremist content. The influence of Slovak Pro in this world was quite strong, not just around Telegram content and propaganda output, but also encouraging people to take next steps into action. By 2021, Slovak Pro and others had begun calling themselves the Telegram Collective and released an official publication under the new name. This was the first time that we started to see the bringing together of some of the ideological outputs of space culture and of sort of broader aesthetic of the Telegram Collective with specific instructional material that was calling for attacks against specific groups and really generating clear violent extremist ideology. It was posted as a PDF designed to be shared widely. More official Telegram publication would follow. So you have this sanctification of location targets with addresses, maps of their homes, and rationales for killing. And it's basically just this
Hey, you just look like the arrow.
of dozens and dozens of people. American corporate leaders,
Computer, do it back on.
officials, academics, and others. Telegram tried to shut down user accounts that were posting the list. In a statement to us, the company said it had been removing groups and channels using the Telegram name since it first surfaced, and it was harder for criminals to open accounts on Telegram than other platforms. But in many cases, we saw in the archived posts that users had just opened new accounts and new channels and continued posting about assassinations.
Arrow. It won't do it. It's a one-way shot. I'm not sure it's like a one-way shot. Something I said. Computer, get back on them. It's a bit fun. According to them, their computer wants to say no, but I don't know if it's that advanced. Pretty weird. They're just sitting in the security office in Arkansas, but they didn't start
The
it.
targeting of Americans triggered an international criminal investigation involving law enforcement in the U.S. and Europe. In May 2022,
Big butts on its own,
someone was
like,
arrested.
because the
Sentenced to 6 years
ability for someone to sex things like this is very serious and extremely predatory.
But the Telegram collective
What
went
did you
on.
just say?
Telegram is not reliant on one individual or entity to make it what it is. What we often see is these leaders in the Telegram space come and go. They fall off, they build back brands, they gain prominence, they lose prominence. It's very much a fluid environment where no one person owns and stay in it. Researcher Matt Kreiner has studied how other Telegram leaders emerged after the aggressive Slovak growth, including one known as Miss Brown. Miss Brown is one of the aliases that we know to be a central figure of the Telegram ecosystem. She has been a strong opponent of the development of Telegram applications, ran a number of channels that had direct influence and ownership over the state's culture. Miss Brown, take that up and say, this is a problem. We can actually turn this into a very consolidated pipeline for radicalization and mobilization of individuals to carry out more terrorist attacks. So there's a lot of overlap with these people. This core account, otherwise known as RWBC, so Right Wing Book Club, who runs another range of Telegram channels in the Telegram network, select her. And we can see that she's got the Cast and Joyce Anonymous channel, she's got the Right Wing Book Club on, she's got Writer 88, Writer Returns, Miss Core 88. Then when we highlight these groups, again, we get a lot of shared channels with Miss Core now. This is a closed channel, but these individuals are really active in it. The database showed that in mid-2022, Burak Krajcik was a member of a group chat run by Miss Brown. So if you look at someone like Miss Brown, they're super connected because they're creating loads of channels and they're infiltrating loads of channels. Whereas someone like Krajcik, or the opposite of that guy, they're just really desperate to get into this. They found a wonderful world of friendly, like-minded people with their funny names that they can consume, and it gives them a sense of camaraderie and belonging. What you see in the chats that I've read is that he's getting ideas from local people. He's expressing his desire to target specific targets, and he's being pushed in this very violent direction, and also this direction of sort of self-immolation that is heroic to go in jail and then kill yourself. This courthouse is alleged to be this woman, Dallas Ariana. She's pleaded not guilty to terrorism charges and is in jail awaiting trial. Her identity was originally exposed and posted online by a group of activists. We broke with people who were jail. One of them agreed to speak to us and granted them anonymity. Tell me about Dallas and her life. She was a 35-year-old woman from California. She considers herself an artist. What was your role in the Telegram Collective, from what you can tell? It looks like it started as a gallery of counselors and customers. It was a new kind of propaganda, manifesto audio. That's an operational franchise. The shooter audio became a signature. Long before laboratory rates undercut it. The audiobooks were posted to Telegram channels linked to her. How important would you say she was in the Telegram Collective and the Telegram scene? I think initially she was just a mouthpiece, over time, as certain members of Telegram started to get talks or risk, it creates doubt. And how to tell us how to reach for herself. And she has to be enough to we can see in the trove of Telegram chat that this Warhound was working with another prolific propagandist with the username Banners Channel, or BTC. We can zoom in on an individual. So here we've got BTC, which is the alias behind several Telegram channels, which all have similar initials. So Bolters, Coin, Banners Channel, and Checker. Now, BTC is a super spreader. So it's all Telegram group membership. BTC was the white whale of the Telegram Collective. Everyone knew about his posts, but no one knew who he was. And this for us was a big puzzle. So BTC first emerged on YouTube, and his shtick was creating content that was controversial enough to get him banned. He created dozens of
What do you? I'll masturbate you. Sorry.
I wasn't sure whether it was one person, whether it was a small group of people that were putting
In her.
videos together.
Why aren't these men in custody?
I first became aware of BTC through a specific video that BTC produced called The Last Bat on the Telegram channel that I was monitoring. And then I started seeing other videos circulating on Telegram that were also allegedly made by this BTC. They served the purpose of propaganda to do things like recruiting people and sustaining members, in this case, encouraging violence. BTC posted over 120 videos, many of them graphic, racist, and anti-Semitic violence, clips of the Christchurch attack video, and homophobic imagery. Telegram's most infamous video was a BTC Miss Warhound collaboration. We know that the narrator's Allison 135 right-hand action. So white terror is meant for somebody who's been indoctrinated, and the push is, if you do commit an act of violence, this is what you can expect. You will be celebrated too. Breaking news right now, the Justice Department charging two people saying that they were leading a white supremacist group that wanted to indict a race war. In September 2024, the mystery of BTC's identity was solved. The indictment charges convicted counts. Federal prosecutors announced they had arrested two leaders of the Telegram Collective. One was Dallas Humber. The other, a 37-year-old man named Matthew Allison. We were very familiar with Dallas Humber. The second person was a 37-year-old we'd never heard of. But as we talked with researchers over the next day, it became pretty clear to us that Matt Allison was none other than BTC. Allison lived in Boise, Idaho. We wanted to find out who Matt
Allison really was. We moved to Boise and started talking with people who knew Matt Allison in the real world. I am a big fan of that. And the story that we unraveled was frankly very disturbing because this man was living a complete double life. We learned that in public, Matthew Allison was an aspiring DJ who worked in menial jobs and partied with friends in the local electronic dance music community. But federal investigators say that in private, he was helping run the Terragram Collective. We quickly got a picture of a person who was very well liked, who hung out with a very multicultural group of friends, and a person who was also a gay man. So while he was living the life of a gay man in Boise, while he was making posts celebrating murders of gay people in Bratislava. Matthew Allison agreed to talk to James against the advice of his lawyer. No cameras were allowed in the jail. After the interview, James called me. Hey, so what happened? So, David is exactly like we were told with all the great skinny guy. He said he didn't confess, like to the performance, just confessed to being PTC to the FBI. So he said he heard people just being on the channel and to not actually incite actual violent acts. Chucks it up to being an artist. This is what they express as an artist. It's really bad about it. So he's not retrying, he's not taking it back. No, I don't think he's trying at all about it. I think he's going to push on hardcore free speech games. If he can, he described himself as a video artist, a person who was creating art and content that was protected under the First Amendment. He denied being a terrorist. He denied wanting to incite people to commit murder. He admitted that he was an ethno-nationalist. And he says, I believe when people need to band together, need to tribe up. Tribe up is how he put it. And he called these items before. Prosecutors allege that Dallas Humber and Matthew Allison were both in direct contact with the Bratislava shooter, Uri Krajcik, in the year before his attack. The indictment accuses Humber of pushing a message in her posts. To become a Terragram saint, you have to be white and kill those deemed inferior. The mission was clear: to indoctrinate younger people on Terragram. She allegedly wrote about one user. He's like 18 years old and seems very impressionable. I'm trying to radicalize him. I found posts from July 2022 where she was promoting a new Terragram publication. Soon after its release, Uri Krajcik was talking to her about it. Look at this. He says, just finished reading his exile. And then this is a US person who's a Terragrammer in Dallas. It says, I haven't finished reading it yet, but it's a literary and artistic masterpiece. And she says, what were some of your favorite passages? I know that Uri Krajcik and Dallas Humber run contact. And I know that Dallas Humber was repeatedly encouraging Krajcik to engage in terrorism and cheerleading for terrorism. That's her own words. She says, I love those two. I hope the next saints out there read those passages and feel inspired. At the same time, Uri Krajcik had started posting on a private Twitter channel. It was the diary of a fully radicalized accelerationist. We find ourselves in a critical situation. We will need to radically alter the course of history, and only radical action can do that. In mid-August 2022, Krychek starts to do reconnaissance. He posts about targeting the Prime Minister of Slovakia. Hashtag Eduard Hager, hashtag NTMA 0315, test and preparation.
There were several targets. The perpetrator made a list of targets based on the difficulty to commit successful attack.
Dr. Gaidos was a counterterrorism official assigned to the Krychek case.
Preparing the attack took several pictures of the potential targets, the highest ranked place fitting Prime Minister, and I think it's this one. Because you can identify the bush and identify the windows that are on the picture actually.
Looks like it. August 15th, Krychek tweets 3 selfies in front of the home of the Prime Minister, along with the caption, "Just taking a look at some places."
In his ratings of the targets, and ever the Jewish community should follow.
Later that day, Krychek tweets sarcastically, "As a proud LGBTQIA+ Jew, I would like you all to join me at the Chabad office today before we proceed to the LGBTQIA+ bar for a drink." Attached are 2 more selfies, one in front of the Jewish Community Center, the other in front of his final target, the Templar bar. In the coming weeks, his tweets reflect his commitment to violence. "I don't expect to make it. In all likelihood, I will die in the course of the operation." September 6th, "I want to damage the system to the best of my abilities." September 16th, "Accelerationism means helping the system collapse faster." October 10th, "People who I consider heroes and role models, Brenton Tarrant and John T. Ernst." And finally, October 11th, "I have made my decision." The next night, when Krychek was on the run after his attack, U.S. prosecutors say he sent a direct message to Matthew Allison, ETC. He wrote, "Not sure how much time I have, but it's happening." They allege he also sent Allison his manifesto. It was posted on several accounts linked to ETC. This courthouse accounts also announced the news. Uri Krychek was hailed as Telegram's very first saint. A few days later, she released the manifesto as an audiobook. Here was some that they successfully indoctrinated and encouraged to kill had gone out of time. By the time of the Bratislava attack, law enforcement was already closing in on the Telegram collective. The downfall of the Telegram collective starts with the arrest of Paul Benedict. He gets arrested in 2022, and then you see cascade arrests around the world of people who are both collective leaders and people who are responding to the collective's propaganda and part of this broader Telegram community.
18-year-olds accused in a plot to destroy a PSAG power plant.
Authorities would arrest about a dozen people allegedly tied to them, including Dallas Helmer and Matthew Allison. They were charged with leading a transnational terrorist organization, committing hate crimes and terrorist attacks.
Are these arrests the end of Telegram? We may have a class specifically of this particular network, but is that the end? Absolutely not.
Neo-Nazis walk through national
Conspiracy like white supremacists to attack a portion of the Northwest power grid.
These groups come and go all the time. Individuals come and go all the time.
Group chanting white power in other racially provocative language.
And unfortunately, there's no indications that these ideas and emotions and practices that are associated with things like Telegram, they're really anywhere.
hate crimes have been on the rise in the past several years.
Especially given the broader climate that exists within our society. there will be new telegrams that take its place by another name, and we will continue to see this kind of extremism propagated through platforms of various sorts, not just Telegram.
The US, UK, and Australia have officially designated Telegram as a transnational terrorist group. And Telegram, the platform, is facing its own troubles.
Al Durham has been arrested for allegedly failing to moderate criminal activity on the platform.
So in August 2024, we saw the founder of Telegram, Al Durham, arrested and charged on the basis of alleged complicity in the spread of a range of different illegal content on the platform, from child sexual abuse material through to engagement in drug trafficking. This is a hugely significant moment in really showing how far the platform had come and how authorities were frustrated by its unwillingness to take actions. This is really unprecedented. After Durham's arrest, he publicly pledged to work more closely with law enforcement on action against illegal content on the platform, including providing IP addresses in cases of legitimate warrants being served.
Durham is called to charges misguided for trying to hold a CEO personally responsible for crimes committed by a third party. Telegram told us while it is still dedicated to upholding free speech, it now has around 750 contractors to moderate problematic content. It says since 2022, it has partnered with a counter-extremism group to remove more than 129 million pieces of content.
Telegram is still one of the more lawless places. The Telegram channels, a lot of them have disappeared or gone dark, but you can still find plenty of awful content on Telegram. Even 5 months after Matthew Ellison was arrested, you can still go on Telegram and find all of his racist videos, the ones urging people to kill, the assassination manuals. It wasn't until we actually pointed this out to Telegram that they took this content down.
Florida both had laws restricting tech platforms for long-range content and blocking political views.
Does the First Amendment protect these companies, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, from curating content?
For years now, social media companies have sort of been trying to balance two things: how to make their platforms safe, and then also how to give people a place where they can express themselves.
Republicans have argued there's too much content moderation on social media. Democrats often say there is not enough.
The debate recently has been about whether the policing of content has gone too far, and whether content moderation basically amounts to censorship.
Hundreds of Twitter accounts blocking the far-right actions, suing on theories, have been reinstated.
That debate is going to keep going.
We're going to get rid of fact-checkers, replace them with community notes.
But this is what Telegram story is about, is the extreme end of all this. What do you do as a company when you have people on your platform saying, let's go kill folks, let's assassinate, let's do sabotage, let's steal?
They call upon governments around the world to bring an end to hate speech and the politics of fear.
What we've seen through the Telegram story is that there are consequences to unfettered free speech, to having influencers out there advocating violence or mass murder.
Thousands of people gathered in a vigil in Slovakia, commemorating people killed outside the Kiev.
If you look at what happened over the last 5 years, you have to ask the question, what have we reaped as a result of this? What new world are we throwing ourselves into?
tiene un globali, že čo je vlastne myšlienka, že idem dobrať zdaj a ešte len povedal. Niekto vzdielal na vlastnosti, on sa nechal. Otázne je prečo?
Let's see where I'm at.
So ever how did you address it?
Collaborative investigation.
Our reporting in Northwest Georgia has brought us to the floor of numerous people whose drinking water is contaminated, plants contaminated, food is contaminated.
Other chemicals known as PFAS.
All the comments on EPA's prove that there is an existing chemical causing a problem before they can take action.
Once they get to keep off their body levels stay high for 3 to 15 years.
And the companies that produce and use them.
These are major players within these communities, and it is a big, big industry.
Now, as part of Frontline's local journalism initiative,
Who should be held accountable is basically a finger pointing in between the industry and others.
contaminated the carpet industry's toxic legacy.
This is Icicle Road, one of the most beautiful spots in the county. Rolling hills, wildlife, vegetation, the water, absolutely stunning. It's kind of my zen place.
How about that guy's praying? That's not nice. I like that.
There's beautiful rolling hills behind us. I use
Maxine.
There's nothing about this that doesn't look healthy. And lo and behold, it is absolutely contaminated with the sludge food and that. Many people that are consequences. It's kind of concerning that here, seeing these guys swimming in the water with so little feedback. Poor things have no idea what they're swimming in.
Families in Northwest Florida have been working with all the answer questions about PFAS
I moved here, Maryland, Bob. I basically didn't hear ever since. It's a good chunk of my life. I just turned 34 weeks ago. And I feel that's too young to feel how I do physically. What I've technically been diagnosed with is a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. It's something that affects me from the second you wake up, second to bed. It makes me feel guilty as a mom, you know, that when my kids ask to do something, I have to explain to them, I don't feel well enough to do that. It's compared to them, you know. I mean, if you're really sick in the back liver or something, you have to survive. And if the damage continues, eventually I go transplant this, and a transplant risks a long wait. My husband and I actually were discussing a will last night. I discussed it a little bit with my daughter. And that was one of those things that when I discussed it, because sex came off here for a second. She's here more, you know, she's young, but just because you're young doesn't mean these things don't scare you, it doesn't mean that we can prepare you for the worst. We can discuss this. Love you. Have a good day. Morning. I hope you're best for the future, but right now, stay at home.
Dalton is known as the carpet capital of the world. This is a town that lives and breathes the carpet industry. There are dozens of carpet mills located there. And at these carpet mills, there's a dyeing process where they put the color on carpets. Well, when they do that, they also add chemicals. The PFAS was in these chemicals that provide stain resistance. So PFAS got into the water because when that washes off the carpets, it ended up going into the drains to the local utility and ultimately ended up in the water.
For much of the past year, a consortium of journalists from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Charleston Post-Courier, and Alabama, and the Associated Press and Public, have been investigating the carpet industry's use of products that contain chemicals known as PFAS, even amid warnings of their accumulation in human blood and possible health effects.
We knew already that there was environmental crisis unfolding in Northwest Georgia. The story of responsibility and who should be held accountable is basically a finger pointing game between the chemical industry, the carpet industry, and others.
First, the team reviewed thousands of pages of documents and court depositions,
I really appreciate it.
and interviewed former regulators and industry insiders, as well as doctors, scientists,
Extract PFAS from the samples.
and people about the kinds of illnesses that researchers have linked to PFAS contamination.
What's actually in the liver.
What took it to the next level for us and what drew our attention is that there were clear lines of accountability for this contamination and a clear need to really understand why things are the way they are in Northwest Georgia.
The carpet industry has long insisted it's not to blame for PFAS getting into the environment, and argued that chemical companies obscured the risks and assured them that the products they were supplying were safe. But the recently reviewed records also show that executives from the two largest carpet companies, Shaw and Mohawk, were getting warnings about potential harms dating back decades. And with little regulation until recently, the team found that for years, both the companies and their suppliers were able to legally switch among stain-resistant products that contained different types of PFAS.
We can't do this story without industry's perspective. You want to update us on where we are with data. Most of the testing up in Northwest Georgia is completed, but the rest of the state is still looking at. Downstream of Dalton and into Alabama, we've estimated that there's approximately hundreds of thousands, 200 plus thousand people who get their drinking water from the surface waters that originate with the Consolidated River.
using any kind of PFAS in U.S. production in 2019. But for years, the compounds ended up in the environment. It take decades or more to break down. These so-called forever chemicals are routinely tested in the local drinking water at levels the EPA now considers unsafe.
Oh, get him into custody now.
Carpet and chemical companies. And uncertainty and feelings of betrayal are boiling across the region.
Hey, boy, you know,
Communities are worried about their drinking water, and local governments say the problem is too vast for them to fix alone.
It really is still a crisis that's not fully understood.
The first signs of trouble began coming to light in the late 1990s.
Up through here, and these,
when I first learned about it, the farmer in West Virginia called me trying to figure out why his cows were fixed. And that phone call back in October 1998 led to what has become several decades of research and work now into this family of chemicals we now call PFAS.
Rob DeLong is a lawyer whose suits over the years have exposed how chemical companies had research showing PFAS was more dangerous than the public knew.
Obviously, we've seen a lot of these.
Don't touch me. Get him into custody now.
Really start to know themselves how to see. And I think that's probably one of the most disturbing aspects.
That thing's in an office somewhere. It seems like it's just sitting in a security office. That's hanging around. Not even that's all. Super tired. He's dead here. I could get that. Get him into custody. Get these men out of my house. This cannot go on like this. These schizophrenic monsters are going to prison, all of them. Everybody who worked on my case kidnapped me. They're all going to prison for a very long time. I can still do that because I'm Mr. Pucker. Stop touching my body with that thing. Get him into custody now out of Todietos and delete my links to whoever else he gave them to then. It's just the same people in security offices. That's what he just said. Yeah, anyway, they're nationwide. What now? Disgusting trash. Nap time, you have to fake cold. I am going to goddamn drip. No sprays. Lady. Lady. Get them off my internet account with that thing, then, at least. Out of here. Get them into custody. You can't have people that would prey upon neighborhoods this badly. He knows they're doing it to children. Then he's fired. Going to jail. I'm going to go Richard Huckle. Jumping jacks. Cheese and gravy doesn't help. Oh, I'm so tired. So tired. So you can go through the side of your leg, kisses. Just eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Just like 2 eggs and 4 pieces of bread. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I'm keeping my strength up. That was pretty good. That actually is good. It's quite good. It's definitely food. My body says, food. Cheese good too.
I'm gonna kill that thing. How did we kill the thing? The police need to arrest it and charge it with everything it's doing right now. Certainly can't do that. What the hell is he talking about? Hey. But yeah, no, it's definitely not me.
We're really water rich in North West. There is a massive network of really special creeks and rivers that lead throughout the entire region. They were transportation networks before we had rail systems and interstates. The indigenous population enormous participation down these rivers. These waterways are critical for recreation, for anglers, for paddlers. They provide hundreds of thousands of people with drinking water. It's really hard to overstate the historical impact of how these rivers have shaped the communities across this region.
I'm going through your thigh. It's gonna hurt a lot. What'd you deserve? Red hot poker.
Tease out how to maintain healthy drinking water systems, how to mediate the environment. We know we have contaminated soil and groundwater. So this issue of PFAS contamination looms large over the entire region of Northwest Georgia. You can't see it, you can't smell it, it doesn't have a taste. So being told that you live in an area that has contaminated drinking water is a shock. And people that came here in their environment, they felt was risky.
According to Northwest Georgia, as far as Florida, numerous people whose drinking water is contaminated, his land is contaminated, his food is contaminated. Yet, when they go to the doctor or they go to their local officials or their water district and ask, what can we do about this? How can we get this out of our, there's no answer.
It's difficult to determine if they can actually do specific illnesses or chemicals, and there are an estimated 15,000 varieties of PFAS. Little is known about the health effects of most of them. But research has been linking high levels of some types of PFAS in the body to cancers, immune disorders, and diseases of the liver and thyroid.
The levels are pretty high in Georgia. Even here than the general US population, and their values are much higher than the general US population.
ANR is an environmental health care provider who's tested the blood of almost 200 residents in the region.
24% of them had levels above that level of high risk of health outcomes. And 74% were in that moderate risk area. And so what we want to do with these people is try to figure out how to be exposed, how to be the most exposed, and try to reduce those exposures over time. This is a community that, they just live there. They get exposed because of just the surrounding conditions.
What do you know about the medical effects PFAS has on human life?
So PFAS have been linked to a lot of different diseases, including hormone disruption, endocrine disruption, congenital cancers like kidney and testicular cancer, and then also alterations in liver content in the blood as well.
That same resistance, the thing that made them successful as a product, or the chemical companies that made them, are the same reason that they're resistant in the environment.
Well, circulating things, so it's not a good sorry.
Is there nothing that can be done in terms of treating or mitigating after other than drowning someone's life?
There is nothing that has been shown to be effective yet. We have ideas and we're pursuing those right now. I reached out to my doctor, my child, and I don't know what to do or how to handle it.
What would people today of our study if they hear so long already? No, they take.
You know, what happens is that there's one of those. And then when I called me, and she got my patient, and said, she just wanted to talk about my results. Mine was over 1,300, high is 20, and the next highest one below me is 200. She said, you know, I don't want to alarm you, but we're just trying to figure out what the causing is. I've never had any health problems or anything. I just have to start taking thyroid medicine.
But before, what's it like knowing that you have this inside your body and you can't really do much yet to address that?
I feel like, I don't know if I did a blanket over me, mothers me that I can't get out from under it, and then it's your track. I guess, so that's why I describe it.
Thyroid issues are among the conditions linked to defense. Based on here's another one of the study participants with a thyroid issue. She spent 20 years working at Mohawk as an inventory manager.
I was very healthy, active, good health, and within, half a dozen years of working in the other industry, my health started to decline, we couldn't figure out why. I ended up having, autoimmune disease, and then my thyroid removed.
Did you work closely with people who were fighting these infections? I guess the data of the recommendations.
They did not, they did not, the first plant that I looked at, was in Dalton. And we had a guy out there, my first shot, came, when I knew he walked, so everybody around the building, but he didn't walk up that. Didn't want to, he didn't follow the so I was thinking about where I was thinking. I think that not all.
Have you heard of people before? I have emailed to me, word of the law that had been brought into that lobbying group for the carpet industry. Yeah. It says, quote, the troubling issue for me in this report is the determination that this is carcinogenic in rats.
Your buzz lets you hear exactly what people say about you in other languages, and they have no idea you understand. The minute someone speaks another language.
I actually reread my journal in that time, and it was 11 people who died in that week.
That was one year, December of that year, we buried 13.
What for 52 deaths? Full stop and suicide happened. They didn't want to acknowledge it. Some people died. And a lot of people say goodbye.
We knew people hated us, but we didn't think they hated us that much to let us die in really particularly awful ways. Really awful ways.
I had been following the emergence of it in Seattle. And reading articles about this thing where gay men get destroyed by cancer. And there's this whole like cluster of diseases. So they're calling it gay related. It's really pretty much clustered on the East Coast, going out on the West Coast, Chicago and Miami and hemophiliacs are getting it, and Haitians. And, it's like the joke is the time. What's the hardest part about having AIDS? Telling your parents that you're Haitian. I heard about it when it started appearing in things like Newsweek and Time Magazine, but at that time it was called beginning pneumonia or some such euphemism for it.
The first reports of AIDS in Kansas City in 1982, really 1982.
A friend of mine is talking about patients, and they're called Clark. That's such a deep, I'm sure I'll never see.
There were many skeptics in our metropolitan area that HIV would ever come to Kansas City.
The head of the health department continually said AIDS would never be a problem in Kansas City because we didn't have a lot of infections that were diagnosed and reported in Kansas City because people with HIV were coming home, and they were coming home at that time to die because there was no treatment.
It galvanized the community very quickly. And we all thought we were going to die.
My boyfriend at the time was an older man, and he was very protective of me and was agitated. And the way that he talked about AIDS was entwined with his sort of moral judgment of the friends of his who he knew who were suffering with illness. Because they were a little worried, they were going to be first.
The volume was never similar to where it was, of course, in big cities like New York or San Francisco or Los Angeles. But the fear and the concern was just as great here.
Everybody at the Liberty Memorial back then, everybody knew everybody. You knew everybody in their car, and you knew who had the best music, and who was the best dressed, and who had the best hair. Of course, you had to have hair. And we had friends that would wear, short shorts and lucky cops up there all the time. So you had people that everyone knew. So watching this circle kind of disappear was kind of hard, and that's when you kind of knew that it was really happening.
Well, I didn't think there was any way that the Midwest would be spared. And perhaps a tiny bit fortunate that we had a little bit of time to gear up for it. And a little bit fortunate that we knew a little bit about the disease before it got here, rather than the initial introduction in San Francisco, where we really didn't have any idea why, where, who, and so on and so forth.
I saw a patient in the office, and it was very clearly what was going on. So as soon as he left, I got on the phone and called an infectious disease doctor that was one of my mentors, and I thought would help me out here. He said, Sharon, there's not much to be done. You can hold your hands well. I knew that I wanted to take care of people that walk in life. My heart was in caring for people that don't have insurance and don't have resources. Most of the time, what was happening is folks would be getting sicker and sicker, and then at some point they would lose their job. So they would automatically lose their health insurance. And so those are the folks that made their way to us. And most of our initial life expectancy when people came in and diagnosed with disease.
I was hooked with the science and the uncertainty and the fact that this was an emerging disease. I'd gone through a life-changing event and made a lot of decisions as a result of that. And one of them was I was no longer going to be a semi-closeted lesbian, and it was time for me to take care of my own in a way. And at that time, it was a very small clinic. The providers were all volunteers, so I really felt awful that we had to, at the worst moment, up to that point of a patient's journey with HIV, when they were told that they had AIDS, that then we had to say, we're going to help you, but now you have to establish care somewhere else.
It was a different time. It's very different. A lot of the people that were dying of HIV had families that maybe they were estranged from us, so they didn't necessarily know what was going on in their lives. I was asked to come see a patient at home, and when I got there, the person who I was talking to didn't seem to be hurting. And so finally, I said, "You can come to the corner."
Something does.
The corner was a bed, so the dining was very obvious. And I said, "So it's gone." Didn't hurt a little bit? Oh, no. Does it look like a natural death? Sure looks like AIDS. We don't know.
At the time, the stigma associated with HIV was so prevalent. People were being fired from jobs, kicked out of their homes, being disowned by families, and so the fear of testing and having your name reported, because it was also this fear of what would the government do with your name. But the state becoming a very discreet, anonymous website in the whole state. There was one in St. Louis, one in Kansas City, and one in Houston. And so having an anonymous website is really important because there was no way to try to contain the epidemic without people who were positive, knowing that they were positive, and taking steps not to spread it.
I knew that we were seeing a lot of these things, and I knew that there were other people in town that were seeing some. It was such a new disease and had so little information about it. I felt like we should do some sharing.
The Kansas City AIDS Research Consortium is one that's about 9 weeks old now. It's a conglomeration of all of the practitioners in town that take care of HIV patients that come to therapy. The advantage that the Kansas City Research Consortium has is that it's all of the physicians or healthcare providers that are interested in this disease. It allows us to get together to understand the problems that we have in Kansas City. It allows us to hopefully design protocols and come up with research that will be specific for Kansas City. And it allows the practitioners of the city to get alternative therapies for the patients of Kansas City that need alternative therapy.
One of the things I feel, will always feel good about and proud of is how all the practitioners from the major institutions and medical schools within our metropolitan area came together, put the politics aside, at least for a while, put the politics aside and, pursued the goal of being patient-centered, that the patient was what mattered.
The joy for me came from seeing people be able to die easier. So whatever we can do to support that.
The grief of people who don't die and the fear that you're going to get and you're going to die. That's your daily existence.
And I've been to so many funerals, and I had a jacket that I went to home on which I just collected all the little red ribbons. And I had like 6 of them on there. And I started just cutting up any red fabric and cut up a red t-shirt to make it really cute and to say, God, yeah, do something about this.
It just felt like this thing hit and there was hope on the forefront. It was a scary time, but it was also a time where people really pulled together and came together.
The city responded by setting up an office in 83. What happens is this real tension between organizations trying to respond and what the community sees as its needs. And so that first response by the city in 83, what we now call the LGBT community, was very suspicious of it because they didn't reach out to anyone in the LGBT community. The common assumption was all this money is being spent on these bureaucratic responses to the crisis instead of giving money to people who aren't uplifted. The president wasn't calling to be gathered and explaining the great things the government did to try and manage this issue. It was all coming from the ground.
We were desperate, but we weren't hopeless. And we knew we had a community of brothers and sisters and others, and we had to lean on each other in ways that we had never relied on each other before. And there was something that was so important back then. It was the relationship between the lesbian community and the gay male community. Without our sisters,
You don't have your cell phone.
Without our sisters, we could not have accomplished as much as we accomplished.
Their wire hasn't touched.
Man,
that's awful.
If we weren't actually
No.
then it would just be so much of a breathing. And I say that smile because gotta get through it.
Well, no, I'm connected with mobile.
Pharmacy.
You're connected in here.
Thursday savings are here at Walmart Home. Now, sofas starting at $3.99, sectionals at $9.99, mattresses as low as $1.99, refrigerators starting at $5.99, washers as low as $4.99. Plus, stack your savings with an extra $50 off $7.99 purchase on top of our low everyday price. Also, if you're 0% in the plan, receive a free pie or air balloon health option for only $3,700. Hurry in and shop good value savings at Walmart Home. Because home
And one thing that people know about big dogs is that they typically shorter lives than small dogs. So every day is a little bit more impactful. Anybody who has a large breed dog knows that typically they love to eat. You can never get them to stop, and it makes it really, really hard to control the calories you're giving them when they're constantly eating. You see that they're hungry, so we make it really, really easy to know that your dog is definitely got all the calories that they need for the day. All the condition about helping dogs eat their best for their dogs. The impact that we can have on having is to fundamentally change the life expectancy of the entire species.
I went to a general conference in 1985 in Sacramento, California, and many of the people that I knew and were friends with from when I had been pastor in San Francisco were not there or were ill, and at that time I realized that what happens there probably would happen here. And so I personally began investigating and looking into and researching everything there was about AIDS that I could find. I thought it was just going to be a matter of me waking up a volunteer with a buddy. I mean, at the beginning, that's about basically what I did. They were going to visit them at home to make sure that they were eating, drive them to doctor's appointments, to help people get their medication. Our very, very first client that passed away, his name was Dwayne Wimberly. His buddy was Joe Janowski, and Joe took care of him, and Dwayne passed away. So he called his family. His family wanted nothing to do with him. And so the church assumed the responsibility because it was our first client and we did not really know what to do. And we paid for his cremation. His ashes to this day still remain in the chapel at our church. We want to make sure that he had a resting place where he was loved and he was supported. What we did not bargain for was that he was the first of many. And as we started losing clients in the project, it became apparent that we couldn't do it like that anymore. And so we have to become very, very creative. And we wound up with benefactors all over the city. Basically, the Good Samaritan Project outgrew the church. It has to do with the parable of the Good Samaritan. There were many people who passed by that did nothing for this person who had fallen among thieves. And it was the Good Samaritan who stopped and took care of that person. It was one of the gospel stories that our congregation related very, very strongly to. And I could not remain as executive director of the Good Samaritan Project and as the pastor, and I had to choose. And it was at that time that I hired Virginia Allen, who was a member of our congregation.
It was at a board meeting, if I remember correctly, of the church, and told me he was on the board. And she came home and told me right away I volunteered. And, so the first day on the job was me doing some research on what do I need to be able to tell people that are volunteering. And then we talked about what kind of training we're going to need, who's going to come do it, because I couldn't do it, I didn't have the experience.
I'll lead up my best friend in San Francisco that I used to live with. We were roommates, and his partner were very, very active in the San Francisco response, and they did our first training.
back then GSP was the only game in town. And so it was just a constant flutter of activities. There was an enormous volume of volunteers.
We trained over 1,500 people. Now, not all of them were active, but I'm thinking at least 1,200 were active volunteers. Some of them were part of the Speakers Bureau. Some of them were actually allies. At that time, they were called buddies, and I thought that was kind of not gender neutral. So I called them allies. Some of them were advocates. We needed people to, what we used to call sussing syrup stuff. You know, if somebody in the hospital, we got a call from someone who said that the staff at the hospital wouldn't bring their food trays in and leave them outside. And we would go to the hospital and we would talk with people and make sure that they knew this is not acceptable.
Society wasn't particularly welcoming of out-of-date people, and sick out-of-date people were particularly unwelcome, especially with the Stanton disease.
I would get phone calls from Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma. You know, we have a person here with AIDS and we don't know what to do with them. People were so anxious for information. And I think that was the key. Everybody by 1985 had heard of AIDS, they knew it was bad. They knew it wasn't going to go away. They knew there was no cure. They knew it was a heartbreaking thing. And they were hungry for information. What can I do? How can I protect my kids? How can I protect myself? How can we just survive this?
Until '89, when you went to the bar every weekend, you tend to see the same people. It's a small community, right? They're still around. You didn't know their name very well, but you see their faces. And then when you didn't see their faces for a while, that was cause for concern.
I haven't seen this person in a while. Oh, they have. Or what happened to, he went home and died because he had AIDS. And it got to be the punchline of the worst joke ever. Is that it always ended with, oh, he had AIDS, he died. Helping a person to just relax and to not be afraid, to assuring them of God's love and assuring them of God's understanding of who they were. And in doing that, then I think people were able to pass more serenely. We also decided that we needed a place where these people who could no longer take care of themselves could go and feel safe and be nurtured. And so we brainstormed and we came up with the idea of the Good Samaritan House, and that's what we called it. It was not an ideal situation, but it was better than them sitting by themselves and dying alone.
The house was opened while we were training, and Virginia came up to me, and because I said there are a lot of things I want to do, but I don't really know what. And she said, I think the hospice would be a good fit for you. And I said, oh, okay. So I was one of the first volunteers to do the night shift. And it was scary, terrifying. The fact that I was going to walk into a situation that somebody could die that night, and I had no idea what to do.
We were able to understand that by the time we met folks, we were probably going to be helping them to die. I think it's important for us to remember that the hospice movement was very much in its beginnings at that time. We were helping to invent that with this work because we didn't have any choice. They were sick and they were dying. We had to help them cope with that and escort them toward that.
I mean, I remember more laughter, really, and crying and breaking down. I mean, we did have a gallows humor. There was a guy, his name was Jerry the Tiger, and he graduated from our institute, and he was hilarious
And then on the day he died, I noticed there was a magic marker next to his bed. I thought, oh, sure, you're gonna. So I was taking his shirt off, and he was drawing a happy face on his side. I was like, oh my God, I don't want these guys to be forgotten. And the next project did a beautiful job, but how many thousands and thousands of people did this just because nobody cared?
When someone passes, in your presence is a great gift. And you can feel their spirit. You can feel almost like an electricity in the air, but it's not like your hairs stand up on your arms or anything. It's just a presence. And I always felt like by sitting with them, you're demonstrating one last small act of love.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere. The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Insurance? That's covered. It was like almost a $6,000 job. Endurance covered it.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan. Plus, and here are the elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Call 1-855-777-9651 for a free quote. That's 1-855-777-9651.
Until a more effective drug or vaccine is found, the main weapon we have against the spread of AIDS is education. The parents are saying, when God don't talk to us, y'all know that's that. Oh no, we find out children wrong.
We laughed and joked and we just had to because the next phone call was going to be someone else's job.
This wasn't isolated anymore. It was us.
In the last year alone, more than 100 men, women, and children have died of AIDS in Kansas City. Brian Boyce was a preteen when he contracted HIV, and that was the blood transfusion. But he became a poster child because his family had to move, they were ostracized from the community, the strength and the endurance, and was just saying, I was a kid, it's an illness. It was beginning, I feel like, with the shift away from, oh, this is only affecting gay white men.
The Good Samaritan House has provided direct care for dozens of men and women with AIDS. Since 1985, the Muskogee Hospice for area hospitals and nursing homes. The Good Samaritan Project says it can't find government funding for that $100,000 a year AIDS hospice. Instead, those government funds have been channeled into AIDS testing and education. In the spring of '88, the Virginia announced that they didn't have the money to keep the hospice open, so they were closing.
The Open Samaritan House, and it wasn't licensed, and the costs of it were overriding every other program that we had. We had so many programs. We were in danger of losing the entire program to the house alone. The house could provide services for 5 people. But the project had, I don't even remember, well over 1,000 clients, whether it was parents or siblings or the person infected. So the board decided that we had to close the Samaritan House. And it was, as you might imagine, an extremely unpopular decision in the community.
Because this was out of the blue. And it was the only place for people to go who were sick, who didn't have a place to live. So Sandy Berkeley, the wife of the Kansas City Mayor Richard Berkeley, stepped in and secured $100,000 in funding to keep the house open. Part of the stipulation of this money was that the hospice had to break away from GSP and become its own separate entity.
AIDS patients in Kansas City will keep their home. We told you about the problems that it's Samaritan House.
Well, tonight, some of those problems are solved.
And Peggy Wright is in our newsroom with the story. Peggy?
Larry and Maria House of what happened is playing with problems, insurance coverage, code violations, and shortage of money. Well, now there's a plan, and it includes federal, state, and local dollars.
We have a goal.
Get that thing off of me. It's like attacking my crotch again.
The short-term help involves keeping the house.
Get the schizophrenic freak off of me. I don't care what your my ugly, mentally retarded self has to say about stuff. Get away from me. He's the boss of there. He gonna do that there. Get that goddamn freak off of me. No, get him off of me and get these disgusting white trash out of things.
And they give to us, the bars pay us, the audience gives us tips, and I know for me to give back, I have to give up stuff that I make by doing benefits and helping.
Dude, who's stuff there?
So we get, and then we get.
There was a troupe of drag queens that was founded in 1986 called Jesse Charles that did nothing but raise money for the service organizations that were around.
The first time I saw them, I just fell in love with them because they were fun. And it wasn't about being glamorous. It was somebody needs help, and this is what we can do. When I was in my 20s, these were 70-year-old, 80-year-old men throwing on a wig that they found at a thrift store, and their muumuu dresses or these crazy-looking prom dresses, big jewelry that, you knew that all of this came from a thrift store. And they would get up there and they would pour their hearts into these songs to raise money. And they would stand up there and say, we're doing this for this person. This home needs help. And they've got our brothers and sisters there. And their tongues were quick and their wit was quick. And I learned a lot.
And some of the more effective are more vaccines found. The main one we have against the spread of those is education.
What we're really trying to do is how do you effectively increase the level of knowledge of people, reduce the fear level, reduce the rumor, misinformation, that sort of thing. I'm not exactly sure when I started with the daytime hotline. It was somewhere in before the 80s. I heard about a conference being held out in Denver. It was at that meeting that I sort of associated with first mention of safe sex. At the same time, the Talk hotline was getting more phone calls about it. And it looked to me like we need to do more. And that's when we started the conversation. Typically, we would go into a bar and be there for maybe an hour or two. I would frequently compare it to the old-time cigarette girls with nightclubs. They have their big box
around the club. And we would walk around the club, watching the condos, and we would try to get people interested. Everybody was always telling me, you shouldn't go out at night, you shouldn't go to these neighborhoods and things like that. And I realized when I started going to the bar was that I was the people. My family was afraid I was going to run into. One of the most powerful things is the gay club open on. Mr. Alvin Brooks stopped me in the parking lot of the Nimble Shopping Center, and he asked me would I like to attend the ad hoc monthly meeting. And I told him no. And he said, why? And I said, aren't you all those fools that marched in front of the drug house? And he said, yes. I thought they were crazy. He asked me again a couple of months, and I just thought it was a couple of times I read in the call paper and even in the store where they had marched in front of the drug house and actually shut those houses down. So that kind of impressed me. So when he asked me again, I said, I'll come to me. So one day, Mr. Brooks just asked me, he said, we have a couple of openings for board members. And would I be interested? And I said, no. He said, well, change your mind. And, Leah and I, as a board member, found that they had applied for a grant for HIV/AIDS outreach program. I was the program leader. The target population was teenagers, gay males, major prostitutes, I don't like that word, but, and IBW. Some people from CDC who came down and trained us. Their program, they passed out immediately. We had strong resistance against that here in Kansas City, but we were able to get around that. We went into crack houses, we went into drug dens, but we were out there and invisible. So, people began to know who we were, they're not, they got some little color coding. And then we started going into school, which was another difficult problem because some of the school officials was resistant to sharing with kids about HIV and AIDS. But once we convinced them from information that we got from the health department that teenagers was having mad sex, they kind of start coming around.
This is Jeannie Zinn, and Jeannie is the coordinator of the teen hotline. Why a teen hotline, Brady?
Because teens can talk to teens. They can talk their language, they can say it in your words, or they don't necessarily know well. A teen wouldn't necessarily call a hotline knowing that they're going to be an adult because they can judge them. And they may not ask the question, you feel guilty, or why do not do that? But if they know that they have a teen on the line, they're going to be very
Anything shock you?
about teens, talking to teens. What shocks me is when I do education and I go out to the schools and the parents are saying, my God, don't talk to his daughter about sex. Oh no, I'm talking about saving life.
I went to high school at St. Teresa's Academy, where we were required to do a service project, and I chose Good Samaritan Project. And when I talked with them, they said, you should really be working with the teen staff program.
Another source of AIDS information in Kansas City has a national scope to it. It's called Teens Tab, or Teens Teaching AIDS Prevention. Close to 200 Kansas City youth volunteer to man this toll-free hotline.
And that's actually where I started to get to know my buddy, Rob Black. And Rob was a wonderful person, a volunteer for Good Samaritan Project. He was a teen staff hotline supervisor, and very good one. Nobody ever messed with him, especially as a supervisor on the teen staff hotline. You felt like you had your mother, dad, and dad who was going to take care of things if someone got weird. Answering the phones felt good to be able to give correct information out. about what we know and dispel some misinformation. The speakers are
I could not, and everybody at home wanted me. And I finally would say, okay, you'll be there.
We tried to get a teenager and a person with AIDS to go. The one engagement Rob and I went on to high school in Independence, and they were not having a lot of it. They were yelling gay slurs, they were calling me names, and of course, staff was horrified. It was really disturbing. And we went back to the Good Samaritan Project and we proclaimed it National Gay Man Day because I just felt that was the vitriol that was happening. I saw it. You know, that was a period when people were just so fearful. Anyone that had AIDS, people were afraid to touch them. They were afraid to taste them. They didn't want them in the same room as them. They were afraid to use the same dishes.
I had a client who, his family, when he learned he had HIV, they put him out in the garage. The other day, he had a blankets, and that's where he lived. And I talked to the family, how is he out here? Well, we don't want the bad baby. We don't want the baby to get sick. And he said, well, who did you score? I said, no, I'll just take a little sip of his. I said, you mind if I take a sip out of your glass? And I was just showing him in my quiet faith that that's not the way to behave. Do more. There's more on the internet. When you're trying your best on TV, I thought no.
I never really sat right with me, leaving him alone all the time. He's such an important part of my life, but I didn't realize there was another option. And then a friend told me about support pets, and now I don't have to leave them behind. Support pets help me get auto qualified as an emotional support animal in less than 48 hours by a real doctor. They also included a free psychiatric service dog recommendation, so I can go almost anywhere with auto. And they gave me an ID card from a digital wallet and all of his gear, so I always have her. Now wherever I go, he goes, and we've both never been happier. Qualify your pet in minutes at supportpets.com.
The last place people want to go is sit up and figure out AIDS or HIV in the church. This is the first question that they don't have to shit on your own sex, or you commit on your own drugs. And I know this is not here because we want to believe that if you're not dead, if you're not out in the streets doing something wrong, we think if you're in the church and you're good, we don't do something. And a lot of black people in the church do not believe that it's necessary because the people who have it don't have law.
When we started to engage with this, and we found the third in numbers of African American new infections, African American deaths, as opposed to our white counterparts. The question comes with, how do you get information to that group? And we noticed that on any given Sunday, 70 to 80, maybe even more percent of African Americans are attending somebody's church, or they have some kind of relationship with a congregation in that area. Most people trust their pastor. So we want our clergy
Chips.
Fred Sells, the disbarred attorney from Peter, who was virulently anti-gay.
This stuff really works the way you the focus tea.
Writing.
This one's weight loss.
Was sinful.
Drink how much weight loss do you? I don't know. What's that gonna do to me? Being out. Makes you laugh.
protesting at the funeral of people who are diabetes, carrying their hate-filled signs at the funeral and sending these hideous faxes to the funeral home and to the family.
People are grieving, family members and close friends are coming in to say goodbye to this loved one. And they were, you know, had their signs that someone was going to hell. There were so many people who had so many compliments about you because of the worship through the music that he created in the sanctuary every Sunday. At the Keith House, the youth choir said that they would never let Fred Phelps and his gang come to Keith's service. And I thought, what a wonderful thing for that generation, high school kids, to be so protective of him. It was a shining moment. During the reconstruction time of our church in 1991, the congregation was invited to write on the walls. My son, he wrote a message. He said, "Thank you, Keith, for always taught me this past." Sorry, it's always been trouble. Your music will always encourage me. I had this person, his name was Tony, and he was a person that didn't have anybody come to visit. He didn't have a family, he was very friends. And he just kind of kept to himself. I asked him one time, "Do you want to go to church with me?" He just shook his head, yes. Just I took him to church. And of course, the church, you know, at that time, we didn't accept people, but I didn't ask people or not. I just took them in. And they were very nice. If you're going to be a Christian, you have to have a heart.
The disease was seen as sin. The disease can't be sin. Unfortunately, many of clergymen and women had people in their family that were perishing. But the discussion would start because it just wasn't isolated anymore to them. It was us. I had a great relationship with some of the funeral homes in town. This particular day, one of our good friends called and said, "Pastor, I've got a big favor I need to ask." I said, "Sure, what's up?" He said, "Well, I have this kid that passed away. When his pastor found out how he died, he refused to do the eulogy."
They're nice little creatures.
So,
Their noises are so pleasant. And they're so happy.
what he did was he died of AIDS. And the kid happened to be gay. And so that's 2 strikes.
The little boy one, like Warbles Blueberry.
Particular
It's
pastor.
blue, blueberry, and neon yellow.
And they want to know how to do it. I met the young man's family. They showed open love to this gay kid. And at the time, it was kind of okay for fathers of gay black children to disown them. This family showed me so much. The way they embraced, the way they loved, the way they were compassionate to not only their son, but his friends. And it was life-changing. And in New York, the Harlem section of New York, there's a young lady, she's not young anymore, like me, but her name was Vanessa Seal. She started this program, realizing the same thing that we were struggling with, trying to get churches, pastors involved. She came up with this thing called the Black Church Weekly Prayer for healing needs. And it's very successful. And we married a congregation that large, that put on programs, that ran support. And Kansas City was one out of 8 major U.S. cities to try to replicate that program. And I want to say that we have the best national observation. So I wouldn't say we have the best national observation of legal activities, sessions, and educational opportunities. They give us opportunity to just be there and to care.
Those are actually the best years of my childhood, was when my dad was alive. I had just turned 8, so I turned 8 in March 2008. I did not realize it was sick until the very end, because since I had spent most of my childhood in hospitals, I thought that's what everyone did. There was almost, just because of the time, 2 sites where he had this huge amount of friends within the gay community, gay culture, and at the same time had all these friends from church and everywhere, no matter what type of community he was like, he really loved. We were very, very close. It was very hard for me. I have a tantrum at the graveside. Even now, I'll write him letters and leave them at his graveside, and it's been 30 years. Because I feel like he actually talked to me and understood me. Some people have that ability to actually listen to people and connect, and that's why sometimes he often struggles, I feel, with the times and his sexuality and his own humanity. He has all these writings about what God did for him, and it was kind of interesting to see that with what the times were, how much he still was able to have that relationship even when the world used my belief that he couldn't have that relationship.
Mr. Kevin Briggs, when he was young, he became very active, I think, through the Good Samaritan Project and other ways in AIDS work here. She was a gift of grace to us all. She was a sweet and gentle woman, but there was a core to her that was just rock solid.
I started going to the hospital with 3 days. And that's where I met a nun. Her name was Sister Kevin, that would come every Thursday and cook. And they'd be laughing at the children, and you just think that you were serving them. The group of people that had the best of everything. I never talked about dying, they'd be telling jokes and running to, that's what I used to run small. And sometimes on my way home, tears would come to my eyes to think about how much the Lord had spared them of fear, spared them full of life, even when they had a disease that was sitting in the heart.
I need to figure out how to play the video slot machines. Maybe I'll win some money. You're not high poor? No, I'm so poor actually. Like $115. Ooh, I lost $5. I can't lose.
I was with her in the room.
No, I love it here. It's so much fun. I like the weather and the sunsets. I like North Las Vegas. Henderson's very nice. The people in Henderson, well, they're kind of white trash. Maybe another part, Henderson's like suburbia. But that's actually creepy because there's old racetracks there. I'm gonna say they like cremate trash around here too. Like they're just creeping me out. Creepy. I'm completely, you've been in the closet a very long time. It turns out to be just some punk. It is the punks in Carroll County, but I swear, there's other ones. Yeah. I'm just concerned. Like I wasn't paying any attention to it. I mean, I just was reporting it because of, hey, already with the goal in Gerald's game is actually like, yeah, apparently the goal. Somebody you attracted dungeon masters or something weird. You gotta have higher authority, otherwise it just turns into what actually happens is the bad guys push the good guys out.
Well, they do. Stuff is in there. You don't know what it is. Next thing, everything's running around. Well, they murder them or something. Steal from them. It's in mass because there's mass populations and whatever.
When we're at a lake, somebody came in and we had to drink more alcohol than we should have. I don't remember what was there.
Just stuff like this happens. But yeah, broken windows turns into
So we sat in a
people abandoned lot, you know.
about, you know, and so we just tried to find her like this. And there's another sister with me, and she said, my sister Kelly.
Because there's masses of people. Someone, if you do not have it, all your security up, somebody will steal your products.
That's what I said.
You know, I want to share one story with you.
I don't know if you're not, you can't pass a background check, you're not included. You have interpersonal issues. You're not dealing with your, like, you're a felon, so you're doing stuff involving things like that. Like you can't work security anywhere because you're a felon. Because you're a child. You're not allowed to be at large. You're technically like a lame duck in society. You're actually like a dead dog. You're like a wanted man. You technically are saluted because you committed the crime. And like a core tenet of the law is that the tree fell in the woods because you're not a tree. It doesn't matter that much. The tree fell. It's just fall in woods. The natural event. But because you're a human and you live in the country, but you live in the United States of America, a thing that occurred. So, for example, if you're doing cocaine, you're still doing cocaine, even because you actually did the act of doing cocaine. To whatever degree you're doing cocaine. So, if something happens, or just, you just you're actually supposed to be in custody because cocaine is an illegal substance. And then if you're already supposed to be, like if you're driving drunk, you're driving drunk. The police just haven't caught you yet. So then when, so you're you did actually do the thing of that. That's sort of like, you're really not supposed to do it. There's different times where things are, whatever all the laws are. Say you stole something, that's all illegal. It's compounded if, for example, you're a man that, like a DUI or something, or someone that really shouldn't be in a trusted position that can be doing that. If you're a rock star or something, or and you're not doing, it's always like amounts and whatever all the laws are out there. But like when something happens, no, that's a person with cocaine problems because it's an illegal thing. And you're not supposed to be doing it. If you're ingesting more than like 3 drinks a night, more than twice a week or something, then you have a problem with your drinking habit. So when something happens, which is actually illegal, that's too much alcohol to be drinking.
Where do you have to celebrate?
And then any other illegal behavior, like public indox, belligerence, and any other, you're just too intoxicated too much. You're not allowed to be that intoxicated. Drug driving.
Made perfect sense that that's where it was going to go.
That's correct. That's public intoxication.
Restaurants are West Fork Road and Main Street.
Certain problems you're drinking anything.
Dressed up like love in the Hotel Palace.
So if something happens, you're like, I'm not sure. It's just, it actually occurs that you do cocaine and now
or you do alcohol more than you have alcohol, you have alcohol problems, and then something happened or whatever. So you're not like you're like in it because you're engaging in illegal behaviors that actually are supposed to be in court. You're not allowed to engage in them. You bail out. Now you have court dates because these all these behaviors are illegal, so they're not allowed to be. And even though they exist, they're not allowed to be. So like if the police just don't know because there's so many people out there. That's also why there's like all sorts of laws because they get you when it's you gotta be careful with people that are in progress and stuff.
They would keep the doors locked on purpose to get into that big room, to build that anticipation.
Well, you're just not allowed to do any of these things, so you're technically supposed to be. As soon as the cops find you, they're supposed to arrest you. You get, and then you have to be interacted with by the court. And the court's like, order you to drug testing and your hands and treatment for the fact that you got caught with it. But a lot of times they find it out because somebody reports you.
I remember going to what at that time was the health department, going in there for one thing with
Roberto's wife called. Roberto's doing cocaine. His sister called. I don't want him doing cocaine. There's the cocaine. It's in the drawer. Okay. So like you can't retaliate against. There's all these laws because usually they find it out because it's like sort of privacy laws.
You're positive. That's it.
So HIV itself caused the GI problem.
Rose still was dealing drugs to
esophageal candidiasis.
Candace, and
So thrush.
Candace's mother doesn't want Rose doing drugs to Candace.
Made people very ill. And then you gave them meds, which were.
Candace and Rose are mildly handicapped.
Definitely had a lot of symptoms associated with them. They did have side effects that were pretty awful for them.
Well, there's a party in there. Yeah. But yeah, it's time to go to the Andy and get it okay.
To me, it seems like a handful we feel, and we had to keep them there for 4 hours. And I used to often get asked, what do you have to?
His boss called.
Wider.
I didn't get into stuff. No, it's cocaine, and his boss knows it. And went,
While there was an adherence to preserve arrested, which.
oh, then he's drunk.
I was
I like to know, baby.
I'm sitting here having this interview with you.
Okay, so people, when it spills over, or it just spills over in the street, you're running around screaming and something happens. And they search you.
Where a lot of the work here in all the time, they should be taking it or I should be.
But you're not supposed to be doing it. You're too intoxicated. It's a legal substance.
That will cause a lot of the complications as to why a lot of people.
And they're at studio 54 hours in the units.
And people lost jobs, and people lost housing. People would be kicked out of apartments because it became no negatives. Housing was,
It's illegal and controlled substances. It's everything. It's illegal for a reason. No.
With AIDS early on, people were being put out of their houses or they were being put in attics. We have so many stories.
But people report it.
Didn't have a place to stay. The same foundation was originally established to.
So you're not allowed to retaliate?
House.
Kind of thing.
The board really wanted to improve the surroundings because people were starting to stay longer. So.
Because that's often how police find things out. Or one guy's punching another guy because he's real company.
High school in 1970, and it was actually for nursing home facilities, something like that. About 2 weeks later, I got a call. And he said, who in the hell are you?
So he's not allowed to go back to do the spending. Still have no stream.
More people with disease, and he said, is this HIV/AIDS? And I said, yes, sir. He said, well, I'm coming to see you because somebody in Washington told me I had to.
I mean, that's a lot. You're not. A lot of
Wow.
well, restraining orders is you stop interacting with the other person, like going up to another person, doing stuff to another person. And then the boss was.
We were able to renovate, so we ended
The
up
boss said, I'm
reducing
fired
the
because
bedrooms.
I didn't pass a drug test and I didn't come to work because I'm on cocaine. Ooh, and I was angry. I was like, yeah, that boss, am I allowed to do something there? No.
I don't know exactly the origins of the model
I can-
used to create the ACS Foundation, but it was brilliant. At the time,
No, I can go to AA and then AA can tell me how I can get like a better review from work. So, I mean, because I don't want to declare when I try to get another job.
Everybody was asking the same.
Okay, so AA or AA, I don't know what to do there. Yeah.
The ACERS Foundation was a way to try to end that competition and create a
You have to pay.
collaborative fundraising vehicle that would raise money for all four organizations and then equally distribute the money out. So Steve and Sandra Schermerhorn, and some of the other like-minded people decided to put the foundation together.
Because you're at fault, otherwise they can't fire you.
Fundraiser.
No.
Would be, at that time, Walk for Life. They fund. The 8th annual Walk for Life is the single largest fundraiser.
You didn't pass the drug testing in front of you, and then you didn't show up. The amount of time you smelled like beer and alcohol.
And actually been a function of, at the time, Good Samaritan Project. And so Good Samaritan Project.
Well, that's why a lot of times they catch it when it spills over because there's lots of.
To do this fundraising through as a vehicle. And
No, but that means you can't, I mean, I'm not sure. There's different
5 years,
like,
it was all the volunteers, all the different organizations trying to.
something isn't working out with whatever your situation is when it spills over. But like if something happens, you're not supposed to be doing that, so you're in a deficit.
Take you and show you something. He took me to a house.
Because you were engaging in felony illegal behaviors, cooking's a felony.
And there was this elderly gentleman got out of it, and his son was just in the back of the pickup truck.
And just because the police haven't caught you doesn't mean the crime did not occur. They're probably looking for you if it's a bad enough crime. If they're looking for your drug dealer, they'll arrest. They'll take the people buying drugs off of them, that kind of stuff.
So that
I'm not sure, but it's just sort of like, and then everything in law, like all interactions, like for example, because the problem is the evidence is created, which is always a crime. But everything, no ifs, and it just starts at, for example, a crime occurred. What is the crime occur? One man sold another man an illegal substance. Okay. That's a crime. There's a dead body in the park. Okay, that's not good. No. Oh, a guy has a black eye and a broken nose, and he was mugged, and his sans wallet and watch. Okay. Okay. No. So now the police are looking for the man that mugged someone and punched them. So people engaging in dealing and buying cocaine. But there has to be a crime. Like, I mean, when there's no, the only reason police are interacting and the courts are interacting is because of a specific thing. I mean, there's no, and then all they're doing is interacting with evidence in relation to this dead man in the park behind the drug settlement. Okay. And then they're just sort of, so I mean, unless there's like a crime, the police aren't allowed. And then when they do interact with you, it's based solely on the crime that occurred. For example, on like probation, it would be the crime that occurred and treating the crime that occurred. No, but you're going to interact. There's no such thing as not interacting. In fact, evidence from a crime that occurred
is open, and actually supposed to be understood completely by all probation officers, especially out there. Okay. For safety issues. This man is actually he's a wife beater. This is a drug dealer. This guy makes friends with other drug dealers he's not supposed to be doing. They're dangerous and steal. This guy's still selling merchandise. I don't want that in my community. Why are you shouting at me? That's not me, you idiot. Right? You lady. You're not me, lady, you monkey. Monkey. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, and this isn't your community. It's whoever's community lives in the community. Is technically correct. It can be people who work in the community, but there's no proprietary towards the community. It's a community. Your propriety towards your patch of land in the community. Your patch of land as law enforcement in the community would be this guy doesn't do none of that because he's on probation. And what is it he's up for? Because that's what he's up for. Drugs and breaking and entering and selling things he stole to buy drugs. Okay, well, as the police in your patch of land in the community is to make sure this guy on probation doesn't do that. But I'm gonna get you, lady. I don't break and enter and steal things for drugs. What exactly did he do is correct and was convicted of. This man's a pedophile. He's up for fondling. And he's handicapped. You're allowed to be handicapped, but however, contributing factors in relation to handicaps and whatever specific crime you've committed or are committing. That man is a schizophrenic pedophile. No, we don't want that in the community. Every day is backwards day. I don't break the law. What said you did there, but apparently it was this because these guys had the decency to not lie about it well. Well, apparently that's what does that, but yeah, no, if you lied about it well, it still would be there. Yeah, that's the problem with anything. It's simply there. There was money that's against the law. There was money. Somebody bought drugs, did the drugs, now and got your drug. Something happened. Okay, so it's actually there. I guess makes I don't know. Also, it costs $250.
All respected companies in the community. But you know, it was a separation thing is because AT Torian, a low African American, kind of Latino, we just see people.
We also started seeing a shift.
Okay, so there's a dead body in the park. There are drugs being exchanged. There was money in the cookie jar. There were cookies in the cookie jar, and now the cookies gone from the cookie jar. And it wasn't the guy's cookies. He didn't use cookies. The money is gone. The mugger punched somebody in the face, broke his nose, and the wallet and the watch are gone.
Not enough funding is being directed on the prevention side or on the right side.
So a real thing occurred, or is occurring, or is there? And then the way they know that is evidence. There's no such thing as evidence from a closed case. The problem is I report it every week, right away. So like my family and everything else, and the evidence is completely falsified. So there's very serious issues with culture. That appears to be internal corruption from a top-down nature. Because there's nobody that would be crazy enough to really individually, there are people that would be crazy enough, apparently. But otherwise, there's nobody normally and statistically that would be crazy enough to care if the guy that falsified this evidence would get in trouble. In fact, you would want the guy that falsified this evidence to get in trouble. Because the evidence is really icky and nasty. Other guys that would falsify evidence like this.
So that's not good.
And one day.
We shouldn't have made police ever anywhere or prosecutors. Or it just shouldn't make, like, it's too googly, too. Yeah, and there's an evil, a criminal, too. No, it's googly. Well, I suppose, I don't really, like, in To Catch a Predator, sometimes they're less googly. Well, I want the To Catch a Predator guy not when he moves somewhere.
They put them on hold, they called down the pharmacy. Yes, they had some ID.
I'll say,
And they would
wow.
send the state patrol.
I just don't know.
I got called out from.
The guy's sitting in there in his office, he's still somewhere. What does he do on the heavy breathing line? Nothing good. But I had trouble believing that, but there it is. Yeah, exactly, that's the thing. Well, the money would be missing, really, yeah, so somebody would be squawking, going, there's money missing. Or you would say he didn't do that there, because the guy said, yeah, well, that's, they're supposed to be watchdogs. You got the wrong guy, that's really not the guy. A lot of crime is just there, like if there's a dead body behind the, like this not investigating or whatever it is you're doing is very, that's not how law works in criminal justice, which is the nursing class for a reason. It's actually how nursing works. Because crime is, other times it's organic, sometimes it's organized, but it's a real thing, and then sometimes it's like premeditated, calculated, things like that. But it's just there, so you can kind of tell what it was.
To bring together people from diverse backgrounds and different perspectives.
So it becomes apparent, and then you can prove it from there. And there's all the criteria for criminal justice for actually proving it.
And by design, really very early successful events in raising money outside of the community.
I think you confess right away, or people don't use it. Yes, it falsified this evidence. This is what Ms. Casper could have done. Okay. What she could have. Which schizophrenic any monster does that?
Not just a small group of people that were directly.
Which you conspired to do this, and we created it.
And so we look at it, and I certainly did look at it as a campaign.
That has nothing to do with me. That's somebody who's really got brain damage in there.
As many community groups as you can. But Del Hall was very supportive of our efforts, and I can remember her telling Steve.
It's just actually there.
You have to tell your story over and over.
Sometimes it's hard to find the guy. That's true, but I mean, there's security cameras like everywhere. That's what like law enforcement security might be. Like you could probably catch the guy that got the dune buggy thief by figuring out how did he walk here or how to get away from it. And just checking the security camera from the time at the end of the street. You can get close to it, and if it was necessary, you could see what kind of car it is. There are range checks you could be on your car without a license. Because that's how, there was a guy at the Crabtree Valley Mall flashed somebody and scared them so badly, and home they had to give him their purse, so they did. And then ran off, and we don't know where he is. And he's somewhere in, anyway. How do you catch this guy? Oh, we can't possibly get him. Probably stuff like that.
That's when I realized what we were doing way bigger than this.
We as a design community, none of us have enough money to do anything.
Well, that kind of stuff happens all the time. When they did something somewhere, they got in the car and drove away, and it's somewhere in the city. Okay. Or he drove elsewhere. You lady. No, why me, lady? I was sitting in my house because I have to go to work in the morning. That's actually called being enfranchised. We lived in the same property for like 30 years, like my parents. They'd gone to work every day and paid all your bills and things like that. Or I lived in that same property for 8 years and nothing's coming out of it. And all the bills got paid.
That's when you call somebody 45 minutes before and tell them I'm a shoplifter and the cops are waiting outside. Because you could do that to anybody. There's that woman who looks like all the other grocery store clerks at the cash register in the grocery store. The cops call. Who would do that? I don't know. Call somebody. The rest of the people, there can't possibly be a thing. That's actually what occurred. Are you sure? No, you actually did something. No, you actually called 45 minutes before and cops told them not to tell me. That's why they were laying me off and they were waiting outside. Yes, I'm positive. Well, he didn't understand that. He didn't. You could have altercations at the workplace. This is way too much. All of you. I didn't have anything. Nothing happened at my workplace other than that.
So it was very active.
Yeah, that is what occurred. It was verified. I lived in that same address for 8 years. You do stuff. I don't do stuff. I'm guessing the wife beater has problems like that at the workplace. I don't. I'm like just a kind of a benign and my social skills are fine. Oh, I don't believe it. That guy attempted to hit you. I don't know what the heck that thing was doing. He was arresting a shoplifter. All you had to do was call and ask, which was done. Which when you ask, and once it's proven, then you're not allowed to refer to things, make stuff up. Right? Actually, it's like conspiring to harm. Or use whatever tools of offending you used to commit the rest of the crime. Because the thing that is actually occurring here is the thing that is occurring. Yeah.
And at this point, it's not a matter of.
So like precedent does not apply here. This thing that is the thing in that, or something weird. Like not anything that could be anything that, or anything that occurred that is like the thing of that. There, it doesn't apply there. That's what precedent is. Precedent is like, how do we treat this? Because I'm not sure. Somebody fondled a child and they have this disease. Or the ruling in this case, before this kind of case, which is proven. Here's a statement of fondled child, parent, and for sure is the case. Well, you could be lying about the ticket tag. I'm gonna go talk to that child and do other. Okay, you're really, really not allowed to do that. I'm gonna fondle a whole bunch out loud. Okay. What the heck is it? Okay, here comes the psychiatrist. Well, we could use that other stuff, but they did something. No, well, I'm not sure. No, he did that, and he's handicapped. What the heck are you? Well, you're fondling a child right now, which you know is very illegal.
Sometimes we were slower to respond than we should have been.
They have to let you go in like 48 hours. Well, walking out in front of traffic is like illegal. That kind of stuff. Just because the wheelchair guys get sick. I mean, that's kind of like, oh my goodness, a man is sleeping on the street. There's lots of homeless people that are handicapped and sleep on the street. It could be you. Again, I lived in the same apartment for 8 years and nothing came out of it except for you. So I say, I'm not the arsonist, which I'm not. What the hell is all this again? I don't know. There's a crazy man behind the desk at the police station. It's like an assisting firefighter right now doing something weird. He's also doing this sort of like dominance and break the law thing and seeing how to come to the wall. I have a couple friends with him. Why? I actually think he's a company troll. Like he's actually the guy in shipping and receiving that the drug dealer. He's a drug renewal assistant. I think the neighborhood of Research Triangle Park has attracted criminals. And I think they want a criminal police officer in charge of the Cary Police and probably the Wake County Prosecutor's Office also that will aid in stuff they do. So I think they ran someone and put him in place, and I think that is going to be the case. I think that's a troll. It might be a little troll otherwise too. And I think that would check out because I believe this area, because Research Triangle Park in Raleigh area has companies and just health insurance and well-off people. There's money in the area. I believe something with a criminal element is digging the money, shakes money out of this tree. And they want a sympathetic criminal that does not, police officer behind the desk who just does stuff like this. Or he does, I actually think he's not supposed to do stuff like this, really. I think they messed up. I think their troll is too drunk. So, I heard a bad guy, and there's something wrong with the bad guy. Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to do all this exactly. I think it's supposed to sit there.
But I think something else that was criminal was like, I like this guy for this position. And then the problem is the guy that, you know, is a criminal also, he's got something wrong with his head. Yes, there could be organized crime of that. It appears to run like a company. The jurisdiction thing appears to also be some kind of company control. I'm guessing it's generating $1 billion somewhere.
And they offered me testing, and I said, sure. I left, I got my anti-anxiety medication, I went back to work, and the department called me. They do that thing, it's like, hey, we talk to you, we go back to.
Who's locking down reporting stuff? Yeah.
And I'm just like, I don't have time to actually.
You need to check. It just could be stuff
going back and forth.
in different neighborhoods. It could be stuff falling off the Walmart truck.
Yeah.
Very much so. You're not allowed to have fat tummy associations or any gangs or Bloods, Crips, whatever. Because triads, I'm not sure. In the 60s, these cool guy gangs, you're not allowed to have like Tony Soprano's obsession on the wrong side. I mean, I'm not just watching HBO.
Estimates that 13% of people living with HIV are not aware of their status
Because white power is actually gang affiliations, and it's just sort of like, for some reason, it plays out to crime. It's like, that's what she said. It could actually be organized crime. It's like that's what she said, cops, or that's what she said. Yeah, sexual harassment, like, or something. You're not allowed to do it. You can't be physically abusive or something. If you have criminal problems, then you will, in fact, engage in criminal behaviors there somehow. And there's supposed to be a zero because of things like that. Monetary crime. The monetary Fed should have been in here already because you're, to say the least, and the Fed should have been because you're committing sexual abuse acts across state and talking about children. And most likely from my end of speakerphone over here, you're committing sexual acts against children across state, but you're also mirroring accounts illegally. And then you're just openly offending. So the federal, like the, what do you call it, the monetary Fed should have been in here already. There's no monetary crime because like allowed. For all the reasons the stores going by are not getting mugged, or the banks, or that kind of thing. Or identity theft, the credit card, all the banking transactions you're in. So the monetary Fed had to rein you in. Actually, like all the police had to rein you in because you're just a crazy criminal party. It's nonsense. You're breaking the law. You're committing a felony. That's a felony. They have to charge you with that. The police have to charge you if they catch you using cocaine. It's just something like excessive alcohol drinking, alcoholism or something, drinking or something. Like they just don't know. And driving. They just haven't caught you driving. But when something happens, you're engaging in driving. Or you're already a criminal, you're already addicted to felony.
I was with somebody who had a lot more pronounced symptoms, and he started going to see Dr. Lee and
There's a But yeah, but I mean, like when you're doing cocaine, when your idiot friend, like, or somebody you know because of their cocaine breaks into the house nearby, like your mom and grandma have been saying, listen, you know, I really don't want you, you know, okay, and steal stuff. Yeah. It is your fault, and you were engaging in felony behavior, or just when something happens. Yeah. Or like freedom of speech stuff. Really, yeah, I decided to have a white power meetup in not my mom's basement because I live alone now without my mother. Okay. And there's kids in the community and whatever. And so you're Googling white power friends. No, Violet and Googling or whatever. Well, Google, you know, it leaves your white power chapter in your house and beats up somebody that's a minority going down the street. You're liable for it because you know swastikas are dangerous. White power is dangerous, and you brought it into the neighborhood. You lady. I'm not sure all the things that are out there hypothetically.
The difference between the HIV and AIDS is that HIV positive.
You know, that comes out like if you're drinking and something happens to you, you're less likely to report it. So that's why be careful if somebody offers you drugs. Because you're a lot more likely to get mugged that way. Or sexually assaulted, but I don't know. Not always. No, if you're a man and you're out, really, yeah, because I think you want, and you have like, you won't report it because of the scandal or something.
So those lymphocytes, normally people have around 2,000.
But nobody's allowed to mug you anyway.
T-cell count of 4.
We would like it to be over 500, but it did come up to 200, but we mostly are running right at about 200.
I'm really surprised that I'm still alive now. And that contributes to, because I was pretty bad a couple times.
My CD4 count was 11. I had 11 white healthy blood cells in my body. I let things go that they shouldn't let go. When they tell you to keep the medications, take your medication. I fell off and I got sick. All my diabetes, that all was brought on by the HIV. I lost my teeth due to an early cocktail. I lost my eyesight to a point because of just the ramifications of having HIV.
My knees and legs are real stiff and sore, and part of that is the hairline fractures in my tibias. That makes me like moving my.
No, you're not allowed to call like
knees
and
going around.
mental health diagnosis.
Really difficult.
Who do you get to make the thing up?
I had
I'm not sure. Another person you talked to that also is a bad case. I'm really not schizophrenic. Yeah, it's a positive. See, everybody else who used to have schizophrenia. No.
Low T cells, because their immune function
Sure.
is so.
Yeah, so it's an actual disease or defect.
So, what the CDC said was, if a person has HIV, they are classified.
I mean, you could mistake,
as
like,
positive.
but I'm just
Once
really
their
not.
CD4 count drops
They don't
over
have that
200,
disease.
or if they develop one of the opportunistic
We have to be
infections
bipolar.
that are
I don't have bipolar again, according to all the hospitals.
AIDS-related diseases.
Well, I just really don't have it.
What's called AIDS.
This is you, otherwise I have a, I'm a healthy, normal adult woman.
One of the reasons is.
Why is
that
the
it
evidence
works
created again?
on cells. So the
In all
cells that's called dermal T cells, those are the cells that HIV infects. When you replicate from DNA to RNA going forwards, like most organisms do, there are little fact-checking molecules that make sure that every single amino acid sequence is matched up perfectly. But since HIV is a retrovirus, it's making much more mistakes than most other bacteria and viruses because it doesn't have those proofreading mechanisms.
Another issue is that.
Well, all this is corruption and nonsense.
Correlates of immunity.
I'm not sure the probation office knows exactly what the person did, especially out of area. If it's serious enough, they have 5 years probation or something. You know, in general, anything, because the guys on probation do actually really do anything. Like if anybody ever comes up at you at the mall, that's not on bail. Yeah, but I mean, it's still, it's like an ankle bracelet or something. You're like, what's that? Okay, get up. My application. Yeah. He was going through the window, the guy on probation they forgot about. They let him out too soon. No, it's just that guy does stuff. That's why he's on probation. If you're a lady or you have money or things to steal, or like if you're running a store or something like that. Or if you're watching the security cameras outside of ATMs. You could have anger management problems. Someone besides you would have called, or something you were directly connected to.
The vaccine will help.
Who are engaging in what behavior they haven't been convicted of. Or they've convicted, you've done it so much, you've convicted yourself of it. And you did it in front of so many people, you convicted yourself of it. You're just at large. You committed so much crime, that means you're gonna shoot a duck. This is what it's called. It's called like a lame duck and a dead duck. Lame duck means you're like in progress in some way. You're off like jury duty or doing much of anything. And then you're on cocaine and like. Yes, being on cocaine makes you less of a judgment caller or interactor or a safe driver or something like that.
There was never a conversation about things like that. I knew what human testing was, but that's about it. I knew about politics. But as far as PrEP and PEP are concerned, I didn't know until I was in my early 20s. However, I think that it's not just that it's about.
For example, you're a boss who is reported for sexual harassment. Okay, so you're being interacted with by your superiors for sexual harassment. You tend to like pick women. You employee. That's what you said. No, you are allowed to interact with the employees through the one that reported you. No, that's another thing. Like there's lots of laws about that, especially if you actually did something. Which looking at this, you know you did. Everybody knows you did. We're completely outside of law, pretty much. And then on top of that, but you can get the other manager to talk to that one because that one actually didn't come to work again. Something. You can chase the women back around at work or something for no reason. Not a specific time.
I think a lot of that was more around prepping for those who were considered, why do you need it? And by the way, that's not just me, actual providers in this city.
Dead duck means you like it can like killed a man and there's a dead body in the park. It's yours and you're somewhere. Okay? You're just that large. But I think it just means you're a non-existent legal entity. You just really be in jail. All crimes you're technically not allowed to do them, so you're supposed to be out on bail being interacted with on the specific crime which you committed.
Key pillars for me in terms of how I envision the vibrant health Kansas City, because medical hospitality, everybody uses.
That's a crime. I don't want to talk to you about that. And then you are allowed to have your freedom of opinions, but it's like at the expense of another person. It's also a psychosis.
Last many years that.
Karens do not actually vindictively like attack you for any reason. And women aren't gooches that are competing for you. And then that's actually in psychosis. Like that's actually a disease or defect psychosis, and that's flawed thinking psychosis that you're acting on to abuse another person. A specific woman does actually like stalk me at work and pick on me. Okay. For some other place, I have to interact with the other person. Otherwise, women are 50% of the population. I don't know what you got going on. My neighbor and I have a feud about
something, you know? You're not actually supposed to be like abusing your neighbor verbally, kind of thing. Whatever specific thing she does, like that you're feeding about, but it's actually she's in the wrong. And anything anything you're annoyed about, she would actually be in the wrong. But most things are like
their own inability to reconcile their identities with themselves, their faith, and their status and their sexuality, all of that.
well, she's not supposed to be interacting. I mean, it might be something that she plays on the music, she lets her dog go to the bathroom, she take care of her kid, might break in, use drugs.
And so they give the same lessons or same messages in the way that they did about other aspects of life. It does seem like pop a pill, pop a pill, pop a pill. But when you don't
dog go to the bathroom,
you don't think about the fact that you may have to sit with yourself.
maybe you, lady, not everything. Trust me, my yard will be weeded completely in a couple days. Yeah. She plays a lot of music. Her friends are creepy. Her son friends are creepy.
I was mad at everything and everybody, from God down to the soil. I was diagnosed in another state that didn't have laws on manslaughter. And my goal was to go out and kill everybody that I got killed was killing me. I went to call a friend of mine. So I said, I'm HIV positive. And she told me, well, you're a drug addicted prostitute who was living on the streets. What did you expect? Come to find out it was my husband. And that was all I got for compassion. And so I made it a passion of mine to be compassionate to people with this disease, because if they don't fit the quote unquote norm, they're gonna feel out there and freakish. And I just want people to know that they're not freaks. You're not a freak because you have this disease.
I had no one to be angry at other than myself. I was more so disappointed because of how irresponsible I feel like I was. In the beginning, personally, I took it hard. I didn't want to be involved with people. I saw myself a little bit as unlovable because I felt this dirty mix about myself. And that is because of what stigmatization will do, right? Even within the Black community, it's almost like don't ask, don't tell. You know, I started Blackout because it was not only me, but because as a community we've begun to come together and coalesce on a vision of standing for ourselves as Black queer folk in this community. I always felt like I had work to do in the field. We wanted someplace that was in the town. Someplace that would allow us the opportunity to grow.
But if you did anything that is actually like, if you did anything that's actually against the law, then you are a lame duck of that. And you're supposed to be, you're supposed to have like a ticket. For example, you parked in the park fire lane. That's technically a ticketable crime, and technically you're a lame duck of that. Don't do that anymore. You're supposed to have a ticket. Going downtown to get yelled at about it. Because you did park in the fire lane.
So the plan is to utilize that space.
It's whatever occurred that resulted in the man shot 4 times in the chest in the park behind the drug 7-Eleven is yours, then you're a very serious criminal at large of that, because that's actually your dead body shot in the park behind the drug 7-Eleven 4 times in the chest. You're going to get that. That's a very serious crime. Leaving dead bodies in the job. And it's of greatest concern because you're in custody. You can have that anymore.
Just a transaction, a relationship.
And I think that very.
Everything that's felony crime or higher misdemeanor has to be prosecuted
They have all this in the vision, all this in the work.
because of
They
stuff
should make it feedback and make sure that they feel like this.
like all DUIs.
For them.
Including somebody ever, you have to write the guy the ticket. Oh, well, it was you, sir. Hey, Phil, it's nice to see you. We're at a small shop. You drive through the red light. You don't have to do that, but I mean, he actually, according to his security camera, they caught him. He really ran the red light. And his wife was having a baby. They really know each other. You have to write him a ticket. It's not one more for the road in this part of Texas, and whatever years it is. No. These two right next to each other. It's a boss from King of the Hill. He's friends with the cop. He did have to get his D right here. You know, since I'm malicious criminals for law enforcement, yeah, there's definitely a lot of
Being creative hasn't stopped me from having any fun, and it hasn't stopped me from relationships or anything like that.
But you all
Just having
definitely
a
are.
conversation and letting him know in that moment that this doesn't define him or define his life.
Yikes.
I don't know what the exact words dictionary of it, but it gives you something to look forward to. And I have that today.
Like personality disorder.
You know, I look forward to moving out. I look forward to staying here and doing some more to it. Look forward to what I do out here.
It's malicious and intentional. All like when you know
I
why.
look forward to.
Which is occurring, everybody's watching you do it, knows it also.
That I never had experience because I was married.
It means you technically fired yourself. Like if you're running around doing cocaine and you're a police officer, you're legally fired.
And the disease.
You just haven't caught you yet.
Halfway.
And you're a more serious crime than if you're a
There was a little bit of guilt, survival guilt. There's a lot of
rock star that likes nightclubs.
a handful of other people that I know from those days that were in
Always
similar
take taxis.
situations. You know, they either lost people to their HIV or they were
You don't do that.
talking to themselves,
This is what you're saying.
going through the same kinds of struggles.
Well, HIV hasn't gone away, and I think any of us that think it's not gonna enter your world, to me, you're naive and arrogant if you think that you're not that many degrees of separation away from somebody that has HIV.
Well, you fired yourself.
The thing that I think that hasn't changed is
There was a police officer that was doing cocaine. He's technically a lame. He's a dead duck as a cop. He's fired himself.
And
Not you, lady. I'm not a police officer. I'm not doing cocaine. I'm still running around the town.
so getting people diagnosed and on treatment is critical.
More than 40 years later, we need to know almost everything about this virus except we don't have an vaccine. I think one of the most amazing developments that we have are these biomedical prevention tools.
So if you're a doctor that is fondling children, you're technically on medical leave. Yeah, you fired yourself as a doctor. Especially if children. You're supposed to be in jail and then in court, interacting with the fact that no, you did fondle, you are fondling children and you're a doctor.
On the other hand, the other biomedical prevention we have is.
You know that's fondling because here's the book. I mean, wherever you've learned this in your life,
So there's science that shows.
it's definitely in the medical book.
If a person is taking
A lot.
their HIV medication.
It's inappropriate touching of children. Why are you
To the
engaging?
point where HIV is not detectable in their blood, that there is zero risk of passing on the virus sexually to another partner. The cost of treatment,
I'm not sure you're still medically trained, depending on how
that
bad
we
you
still
what you
have
get.
places in the world where people cannot.
There are places you can practice medicine,
We're gonna have to treat
not on
them.
children.
Cannot any longer.
You just have to be in treatment, and then you get on probation or something, and it's like, okay, so you're in for what?
This occurred. You need to like know the locations it occurs for and what it was.
in order to get
Well, that involves the evidence which you look at, which is obviously created. So when you call the guy, which a person reported a crime. How does that work? And the guy goes, yeah, I created the evidence. Is there such a thing? And this is the evidence. Okay, so he's schizophrenic. Yeah. Is she schizophrenic? We got plenty of schizophrenic customers. Maybe the one googly guy, that man over there is actually schizophrenic, and he actually is. He's schizophrenic. Maybe the googly, like, that's nice. The schizophrenic man likes the handicapped man likes the handicapped lady. That's hot.
So I don't ever try to come from.
But that's a hypothetical again, which you don't engage in past the point. That's just that's pointing at your behavior. Like, what are you talking about? That is flawed logic, and that doesn't actually it's not how it works. Whatever actually occurred is the only thing the court can do. It's a non-personal relationship. You have no personal relationship. The same as there's a man walking down the street. I'm going to go have a personal relationship with that man. How would I have a personal relationship with that man?
Sustainable change. And so,
hi, man walking down the street. Do you want to be friends? I love your suit. It looks gay. Are you gay? Yay. I don't know. I'm gay too. I love gay people. And I work in a store. And we have a gay meetup there. Okay. Well, if he wants to engage in a personal relationship with you, how would that work? Then you would be friends. And what does one do to friends?
So my goal is to leave here in a few months, and before I go, I plan on redoing this ribbon.
Yeah, I said
This
no.
ribbon is kind of like a staple there.
Do you do anything they say no to? You're about no. Overpower them. You got them locked in your basement. You keep them safe.
So that this can come and enjoy it, so that the residents.
No. You can have a consensual, ordinary relationship with the other person. What is there to do with the other person? Do you have ulterior motives? Are you manipulating? Does it involve really? Otherwise, the other guy is kind of scenery, and then somebody to, I don't know, chat with or something, or go do things. Hi, I'm a woman who has a 5-year-old. I'm a woman who has a 5-year-old too. Do you want to go to the zoo together with our 5-year-olds? Sure. Okay. No. What if I follow you in the bathroom and stick my hand up your butt? Yes. Okay. Are you kidding me? No. Calling the police. You can't. For example. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Is it what can I do with the other guy? And why? Nothing. You're not allowed to touch the other guy or interact with him if he says no. I have a specific. You're not sticking to a specific reason, and anytime anything crosses into prudent or illegal, it is reportable and accountable, and it's a perfect enough world. And it's illegal. Mm-hmm. Play tennis. Tennis, sure. I'm here to tell you. I know the gay meetup. You want to come? Okay. Hey. We're going to go bicycling. I'm an investment edge. You do. We have things in common. You want to play tennis? Sure. I'm sexually motivated towards you.
Story from my correspondent Dave Iverson that his family know firsthand.
Yeah, but why are you touching the other person? It's like, you don't need to touch on the other person legally.
Parkinson's affects a million Americans.
Other people are kind of scenery.
technically. Okay. Usually they don't have any sexual interest in you and your sexual medical. It is a lot of touching.
This bill would support the taking of innocent human life. So I veto it.
When you're talking about potential healing cure from it, and it's not to forward.
That's consensual touching. You know, like I'm not doing something that involves like something serious, like makeup. You're, so you don't catch something. The store's supposed to monitor. Like a dentist has to be licensed to touch, but a dentist touches. Like a doctor. Maybe that's why they sometimes come in for touching weirdly. There's usually touching and like taking clothes off and things like that. It doesn't happen anywhere else unless the person is a licensed and certified and educated doctor. The dentist touches a lot to do somebody's teeth, which is consensual because they have something I need done to their teeth and I'm paying money. So there's no such thing as this. It's just crime and you need to be arrested for it. Did you understand the concept of what that means? You committed a crime. You had a conviction. Do you know you're committing a crime right now? Do you know you're lying to commit a crime? Are you committing any other crimes right now? That if they arrested you and charged you for the other crimes they committed, this interaction with myself would more or less not be happening. Because you'd be going to prison forever. So what are we talking about? Are you engaging in illegal? Quite obviously, that's illegal behavior. Yeah, well, you had a conviction. If there's a conviction, that's it. Are you sure? Are you qualified to be, for example, are you a mental health professional? In any way, shape, or form? Are you lying to commit a crime? Are you engaging in acts that you knowingly are committing a crime? Because the other guy's doing that, that's illegal. You're not. You know who you are and what are you doing? And then that's not true. The evidence is falsified. Have you seen anything in regards to the evidence actually being confirmed as created and falsified? And crime, therefore, because obviously it's criminal evidence if somebody created it. Well, you could have written that so you wrote it down again. Most likely that's not the case. As far as like percentages in court, that's being qualified. If you're a police officer that's a detective, what would be proving something beyond a shadow of a doubt? Will you plead bargain? Okay, that's the kind of stuff he does. I mean, okay. Why is that man still at large? There's a lot of diversity to do that. The question is little. The problem is almost beyond a shadow of a doubt, completely in court. It is proven that it had nothing to do with the email evidence because it was done by the same men that did. And then what the heck is it? Just go figure it out. I mean, more or less, like by looking at it and it pretty much proves it that it's very sketchy right away with a little bit of investigation. You need to calm down and stop breaking everyone and God and man out of all the police departments in my community. And who the heck are you? And the Wake County prosecutors are those with these dudes. And these men are not allowed to interact anymore. They are interacting with me for reporting a crime they committed. They're retaliating and then just continuing the crime they committed. And that's a handicap ban. That's a criminal. That's breaking the law. That's an arrest warrant, whatever you just said about that. The stalking and being in my house. There's no not agreeing. Okay, there's it's subjective. I can disagree. No, well, I would be the boss of it and say that you're not allowed to be the boss of anything. You're a dead duck as far as being the boss. And then what are you the boss of? You fired yourselves. All of you have fired yourselves. You're not allowed. You have a bad temper. If you try to rape me, otherwise I don't have a bad temper.
Can the gang rapist home invaders be out of my house in my expensive nice neighborhood? Will you leave? That's for the person that is the person in the jails normally. That's not what you're doing. You're lying again on him. He knows that, which is a problem. You're not allowed to lie to commit crime as a tool of offending.
Regretfully, the girl is considering the completion of his course, as he has a fine voice, good vocabulary, and an instantaneous mind. I always love that phrase. An instantaneous mind.
It's brain damage. I don't have the brain in the nerve. Like Alzheimer's, okay? Alzheimer's is brain damage, and they're all very like. I'm not sure. They're telling you out loud about like a story about something. They were or somebody without. There's like misfiring. Yeah. I don't have that. That's why thought is like disorganized and stuff. The brain is broken. Weird, You're doing all that, and you're constantly like. And disembodied noise at you also. Yeah, which is actually a thing you're doing. You're an actual man doing something. Okay? It's very much occurring. It's occurring in front of everyone again. No, not aim that at my crotch. I mean, kind of obviously. We've had this conversation the entire time. Okay? Anytime there's a conversation, yeah, this is the conversation. This is also synopsis. Right? Well, then you can hear the day. Anytime the thing is enabled as a feature or something, we've had this conversation. No, you can't just go back to sex offending and neighborhood pornography. Really? And then I report it, and we have some conversation there that's also illegal. More or less the same thing, but appropriate. Okay. But jurisdiction. The man doesn't have a jurisdiction. And then all you have to do is go check. Go check. Which I reported it constantly and consistently right away and onward from right away and all throughout. And it's going on right now. I believe they conspired to let me drive away because the man in Arkansas, whose jurisdiction it was, told them to. Okay, so I really did not do anything driving away from the police, which otherwise it makes jury duty because it's not criminally insane. It's not handicapped and a criminal and knows it's doing it. You can't drive away from the police because it's dangerous. Like if a police officer pulls you over, you have to, for speeding, you get to speed off. But that's not the situation here. That's lying even, but like you keep going back because it says jurisdiction. The law is apparently, and that's not law. It's not even code. If it's not law or it's not code, it's just something you're doing. And then the man whose jurisdiction it is the guy who you know created this evidence, which is making everybody a criminal. And then it would take 15 minutes to figure out whether or not, or it would take a day to figure out completely beyond a shadow of a doubt, or two. I mean, that's it. By the end of 2 days, you've proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt, whether or not this evidence is completely created or the what with the what now? This is going to be you. Yeah. No, it's going to be you. Well, it's very suspect in that regard. And especially if the pictures are falsified, then obviously the emails are falsified by heavy breathing to catch a predator. I don't know if there's any other. But it's just the same guy. Well, you could have done some stuff. You go check. The guy said she could have done something. He was paraphrasing, and that's the end of it. Well, go check what would have actually occurred between the woman and the alleged victim. In 2 days, we've proven the entire thing, which would have happened day one and had to. But how the employee did that there. The case is an individual situation, always, although you have all the like, okay, I get it. So we're not just sort of basing it on like every time, or just when you find dead guys in the park that were shot 4 times, you put it on that photo. Because it looks like it. Or that gang member or something. Okay. That's just done there, like fast generalization stereotypes. What I thought occurred before. Yeah, that's just what we do here. It's an unusual situation to have someone create evidence of a schizophrenic sexual nature, like in To Catch a Predator. But this person did, and allegedly he created a person allegedly created evidence in a schizophrenic and sexual nature to commit a kidnapping through the county jail. Gosh, well that might be. I wouldn't. That occurs. It could, because in actual application of where the tree fell, in human as people, not trees. That's a stupid. Well, that's a big neighborhood down there, and there's all sorts of people down there running around. What is this? Colwood County Circuit Judge. We actually know how this stuff works. That is actually supposed to be the oversight because it's the educated parties. And then where is this coming out of? Because this does not look like what the person described. That's why you don't look at this and go, oh, mental health or something. What the guy called that said he created the evidence said it was mental health. Okay, well that person's unfed who kept doing all that and then did it all. Be doing nothing. So the created evidence reporting, and then the fact the evidence is created, the reason it rings true, which is also correct in court, is because that is actually what occurred. And then you're looking at the evidence of it. So you do have to interact with it as law enforcement as a probable cause to investigate. Or not probable cause, but it's like probable cause. So you have to. You should want to. You can tell that's To Catch a Predator. And then it is. And that's why it is. Well, it could, no, and then you just match up the thing to the thing. Okay. I bet guy running around screaming with an axe earlier, and now an axe murdered guy. There's thing and thing. An axe murdered body. Because there's all the real things. Yeah, it's a court interacts with all the time. And there's lots of statistics, but the specific statistic that did that narrows it down and so on. And then they just narrow it down to whatever. And then actually there's a guy just doing it half the time. I think because like security just wasn't there. There's lots of concerns that should have gotten there sooner, but because it was running around haywire, that it actually broke the law. A lot of times when people break the law, there's like, a progression of events, and it's pretty haywire with it. Yeah. So people, well, that's why you're not allowed to retaliate against witnesses and all the right, tamper with evidence or lie or cover things up or whatever. Well, it still could be. It kind of just there, and then you're not in that much trouble as long as you didn't do that much. And then there's supposed to be lots of like attention to like a man is going to go to prison. No, enough attention. There's so many murders in. No. There's so many murders in Philadelphia a year. Or even if it was a larger amount, let's say there were 150 murders in Philadelphia area. In the area this year. It's those 150 things now. Murders. That's not that for like a million murders. That'd be a number that's difficult to process. But I mean, I can go through 150 things in like 3 months, pretty thorough. I mean, like with employees and everybody else. But like by myself, I can sit there and just do the decrepit. Especially if I was a trained professional, it shouldn't just be all me. But like, I could be quite familiar with 150 murders. if I knew all the criteria for how they all occurred in Baltimore or Philadelphia or something in a year. Well, there's actually like, here, there's actually like 25 factors to each murder that are important. And there's 150 of them. Here, I'm gonna, let's say I'm working at shipping and receiving and belts. Here's 150 shipments, and then I have to write them all down, and there's more than 25, there's actually about 25 factors each in each shipment. Very good help, it's kind of a lot. Yeah, well, exactly, I mean, you're not the only guy working on it. It's not like, some story about like where it's just in Baltimore. That's an unusual amount of murders. It's because Baltimore area, or connected to Baltimore, is a large populated area. And that's in the whole year. Should be a bad year. Let's see how many murders are in Baltimore. I'm not really sure. There's a year in Philadelphia. How many murders in Philadelphia in 2023? Well, 408 homicides. That's not good. Goodness. Okay, so when a guy tells you like sometimes it's a little like, yeah, that part of the town.
And I thought 3 to 4 years we would have an answer. In fact, in 3 to 4 years, we did have an answer, and that was that probably MVP itself was not the cause.
Well, that's a lot. Who actually murdered whoever is those are dead dogs. Those are of highest concern because they're dangerous. Right. And the other state values. So they're different school volume. Wire. You're lucky to live where you live, lady. Well, sometimes that's why when your mother says, you're doing stuff to me, right? It's not your mother's fault. I don't know. You're not from Poughkeepsie anymore. I remember a wonderful place called Poughkeepsie. I hate it here. I want to move right now. There's less murders there. Yeah, remember that? And you own a house here. What's today's ship, lady? Oh, okay. It's super aggro. I get funnies. He does it 24/7. This is subdued for them. They don't stop even slightly. It's just slightly less leaping and screaming and screaming and leaping and screaming and leap. I mean, it's just as bad. Yeah, exactly. Just as bad, but it's slightly less like screaming, hyper calisthenics 24/7. I can tell from the bruises slightly fading. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I know. I've been doing this a long time. Which is really horrific. If you'd been in the room with these guys, you'd be dead. Oh, for sure. Which makes you wonder who the hell is actually in it. Heck, don't say shit here. You wrote shit on here. Well, there's a thing in court that's that too. Yeah, you're not allowed to do it. You're not a trial lawyer, and they're not. I don't know. They have to stop there, otherwise the jury's gonna hate them. Or whatever. If you're paying for your lawyer, he'll get censored there, and then he's not allowed to lie or do anything else. That's what I said. We're not in court. Okay, well, at some point the victim has to be. All of them. Where's the other victims? Right away.
For Peter Sauer,
You can see here very clearly.
images taken of a brain from a previous transplant recipient were promising.
From these types of cells, you can see this being really brown fibers that are growing and restoring that area of the brain that is affected by Parkinson's.
By way of comparison, it's the same section of the brain from a Parkinson's patient who did not have a transplant. Here, there's no evidence of.
You have to leave me alone now because I'm reporting you for a crime that you actually committed and are committing and have committed all throughout. And statute of limitations doesn't apply, which is what you're saying, with criminal crimes. That's how much you're really not supposed to be doing.
Without medication prior to his transplant.
Not a lot of crimes, and this is the kind of crime that applies.
Without medication today.
Violent crime.
I don't know what to say.
You sure? You were never tried at all. And that's not really true either. You can't be tried for the same crime. If evidence comes up, like sticking the crime on you, and it just wasn't proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, you can be tried for the crime.
And I remember the way patients were before the surgery. It's like they received a miracle. Because you see, they really do have their lives back. So I think
That's not, you're not allowed to be derogatory to, you're not allowed to do any of this. This is probably like OJ or Rodney King even.
Year after year's procedure, a series of fetal transplants at the University of Colorado, utilizing a different surgical technique than the Halifax.
He was driving on drugs.
With disappointing results.
Oh goodness, that's really
While
important.
some recipients showed lots
And then OJ went like Lizzie Borden did. Like, you know what OJ did?
to even control their own bodies.
Even though some patients recover, some patients recover too much.
He left two.
Or they start to show.
Somebody left who really, so did Lizzie Borden. I think she was the OJ every time. People frowned upon it. I'm sure she did it sometimes. Around really act up. It's a bad crime. My mother covered that.
Served to largely freeze the field of fetal transplants to this month.
There's no saying.
As long as the Halloween stickers aren't mine, those people appear to be alive and frighteningly frisky, but like something, on something. You're within that.
The clock ticks. This year, some 50,000 people in the United States will.
That's correct. It's probably a stripper or something weird. Well, yeah. Or it's probably just a woman. Is she in on it? Okay, then it's a creepy Albuquerque woman. It's probably also a stripper. Strippers don't wear pants in there. And I'm not criminal element.
Don't worry about any because it was.
If you're an Albuquerque and then you're an accomplice, you guys. You're taking crime photos. The Halloween stickers aren't real. Which people, the crime lab should have gone, why this is crime scene evidence, this is sex offending evidence by a schizophrenic. No, not schizophrenic. Most people are, or it's diseased or defected in the head. It could be like various things. Like a schizophrenic person married a mildly retarded person, or an autistic person married a mildly retarded person, and you got like autism, schizophrenia bouncing around. Well, it's very strange, so it's going to be something like that. Yeah. If you're a sane person, you're worried about getting in trouble, so you're not just like.
Do you remember a time when you were at peace with the bus coming? There was a time I was.
So you would be, shady about it. I mean, it would still be there, but it would be like.
I said to her, I feel like.
It might still be like. I think schizophrenic affect is quite different. Yeah, they're brain things. Or there'd be a criminal affect, like when somebody talks, they're like, yeah, well, you know how women come on to you, right? And it's like actually a personality disorder, it's a physical issue with someone. Well, all you have to do is find the victims and ask. the probation office is supposed to alert the victims anyway, out of their area. Well, police just ask, okay, Fayetteville Police, State Highway Patrol, and it's anybody's department. It's a kidnapping. That's correct also. It's a serious enough crime that it's anybody's department. Or the police are supposed to find the right department. The victim manages to dial 911. The 911 line figures out whose department. A man committed a mugging and drove away to somewhere. Okay. So there's this man on the security camera. His name is James Watson, and he lives in Philadelphia. Oh, okay, awesome. And has an ex-girlfriend in the Raleigh area. We call Baltimore. We didn't like you, dude. I did absolutely nothing to do that except like inappropriate interaction with strangers. And normally people like me just fine in that regard. There's not really anything else to be done with it. If I were maybe upset about something, I don't have any personal interest in the other person. It's a stranger. There's all the other strangers going by on the street, or any other professional that you are interacting with for a professional reason. Well, but my evidence is supposed to be getting stalked by a guy, and it's a very bad crime. So I'm upset at you about that. For example, if I went to the dentist and I got a terrible infection, he said, it wasn't me. And it was definitely him. A little thing. Well, yeah, you think that, but like, unfortunately, so that's like malice and intent. Was it an accidental infection? But yeah, you should pick a better dentist. I think that too. Everybody thinks that. And then like, people get standing on jury duty, but like, let's go tell the expert because they don't. I have more medical bills and something, So you get some legal help. My terrible infection. Kind of. I'm not entirely sure how infections at the dentist work. It's in the butt. No, I've occasionally, how bad was it? I mean, I've done stupid stuff too, but like, I just don't, because he's a stupid man. Got dentist. I hate him. The more I lost half of my face or something, like, yeah, then so I'm starting to like, I have a normal relationship with other things. And things. No, he doesn't seem to feel bad at all. He's a psychopathic, mentally handicapped dentist. It's evil. It's a real criminal. Okay, well, due to aggravated and heinous, I really don't. You have to pick a better dentist. Yeah, but I'm very upset. That's not my face. Not my research that you don't normally do. Wasn't me. You would drop your face from that. Was there anything I had going on? So that's a professional relationship with a stranger. Same as you're 200 strangers in the street.
It is more ethical and more open to use these in a method that might reduce human suffering than it is described. If the embryos are to be discarded anyway, we have prisoners on death row that are going to be executed anyway. All of it, treatments, I think, human life and our respect for it. It's infinitely fearless try to humanity. It's just a little unreal. All tissue, and to me, it's not a fully human being. It is more than a piece of appendix.
I think pressure is very wrong helpful. It's a severely handicapped man. I said that I'm sorry and stuff that you can't interact with me anymore. You're interacting with me, baby. It's in, oh, okay, I'm legally interacting with you. This is why. Well, it's just like there's another human body over there. What can I do to the other guy's body? Or what can I do to the other guy? What is there to be done with the other guy? Nothing. Appropriately interact. Legally. There's nothing in the other person. Do you know you're trying to find? I mean, is there food in the other guy? No, that's going to be illegal.
There is hope,
Is there something I want in the other guy? I'm not allowed to.
and much of it comes from stem cells.
The kidney, sex, money, like in the body. What's in it? You can use. You need a kidney on that guy. I mean, there's not any sexual stuff. Whatever's in his wallet.
The issue of research involving stem cells derived from
What's he doing that?
is increasingly the subject of a national debate. As the gene-
Whatever he property is in possession of his car. I could see it.
Increasingly confront complex questions about what we should do.
In August 2001, President Bush announced his decision. Federal funding would be limited to existing stem cell lines. No new embryos could be used.
Obviously, it's sexual in nature, but she says, get off my body all the time with that thing. Really? Yeah. Oh, Lord. How illegal is that? I'm not in progress. You're in progress. You've got to get these nutcases and whatever they have going on. Nobody has ever did this. You out of your mind? All of you. Obviously, the good Lord. Get off the other person. Stop stalking the person's body with these men. And it's a woman, and then being as like, you never, this conversation's been had a bunch too. It's just always like okay, I have an interest in the crime. No, not in schizophrenic wife beater syndrome. Okay? Guy committing a crime which you know you're doing, you need to stop. All of you. Yeah.
We're gonna see whether the first veto.
Oh, that's a really nasty
United
symptom.
States makes in his entire political career will be the veto which will bash the hoax.
Well, I got married at 19, very elderly. Pretty neat.
Urged President Bush to hold the line. And one day after the Senate voted to ease funding restrictions, the president responded.
They ended up in prison because they just something.
That our decent society needs to respect. So I veto it.
You know, when you're talking about potential to heal and cure so many, and if you're not going forward because there's valuable wedge issue, it pisses me off. And I want to do something. I just put the word out to anybody on either side of the aisle. They were pro-American stem cell research. And then one of my help or welcome my help. And they want me to say it.
Do you mind not doing that at my crotch? Sorry. That is what you're doing. You see, light tingling is not good. It just feels like somebody's like stroking your, get it yourself. It is that bad. It feels like somebody's stroking your crotch. You need to close your legs. I'm sitting in a chair. Oh. With my legs uncrossed. It's unbelievable. Get it and try it and then charge these men with everything they've done. This is unbelievable. You need to get these men out of here.
All around and shaking, and it's purely about
It just made me smile. I was just like, no, really? You really did that? And then I realized that we're now in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, and people are talking about stem cells. As long as I'm happy, I'm happy. You can call it whatever you want.
With the Democrat, Claire McCaskill.
The nation was watching and we showed them. Thank you so much.
Senator Haskell won that difficult Missouri Senate race, and the Democrats claimed control of Congress. But there still weren't enough votes to overturn a presidential veto, and the funding restrictions remained in place for the remainder of the Bush presidency.
It has obviously slow research in this country. It's been, I think, a miserable time for everybody. Very sad.
I'm not tired. That tea's good. The other teas are really good.
Always be remembered for having to raise the bar.
You want green tea.
Tomorrow is
Matcha mint. The matcha mint green tea was actually excellent. They low. That was really good. You could buy some Arizona green tea, unsweetened. Yeah, I could. I do. I have a filter for the. I have a filter for the tap. That's why there's not something on the tap. But the water doesn't really do anything to you. I don't think it has it's okay. There's so much that, well, we're not like super in the middle of a city there. It goes back to the sand dunes pretty quickly. Yeah. Like loblolly pine sap in North Carolina. I don't think it's actually good for you. Yeah. It just filters well. The water's okay in Lake Erie. There's tons of loblolly pines and look at the sand. If it looks like I just watched, you can see I do dishes, but I watched that is when you boil stuff. Yeah, that's what it builds up on the humidifier. That's sand. Yeah. Sand pit out back. There's really germ, pigeon pit. It's awful. It's not supposed to be. I had a Brita tap screw on the tap filter. I still do, but I have a brand new filters for the thing, but I'm not the tub in the refrigerator, but I need new filters for that one, and it's I don't know, $40 for them.
I did get lost in downtown. Lived in this area.
This is nice when it's all filtered water. I love those things on the tap.
Gracefulness. The ability to shift.
But I need new filters for it.
To change medications for what feels like the millionth time and still smile. For the cheers, fighting the battle is about making adjustments. Tom used to be a tax attorney, but now files their returns. Watching Tom and Madeline cheer, I think back to my parents, the adjustments they made. Little things, like the difference a shoehorn can make. And that even as speech becomes more difficult, it still only takes a few words to sum up how best to face the future.
She's on again.
Shoes on again. The day after I got my diagnosis, I began an exercise regimen. Mostly just because I wanted to feel like I was still in charge of my own body. And the more I learned about exercise, the more hopeful I became. Research at one location was particularly intriguing. The University of Pittsburgh and the lab of Dr. Michael Ziegler.
Parkinsonian researchers are sort of late in the game of being interested in exercise. People interested in Alzheimer's disease have been studying exercise for quite a while. People that worry about depression have been studying exercise for a long time. I think it's generally understood that if you're feeling blue, going for a run is a good way to deal with it. So all of those things, cognitive deficits, depression, and motor deficits, all of them are in Parkinson's disease.
Sigmund suspects the connection between exercise and Parkinson's goes way back in time.
It was probably not so many generations ago that our forebears were much more active than you and I are. The species that we evolved from probably spent a great deal of time running away so we wouldn't be prey, or running after so we would get prey. We don't do that anymore.
And could the fact that we exercise less while living in a more toxic environment be another indicator that modern life is making matters worse? It's ironic that they go hand in hand, more toxins, less exercise.
Or to put it the other way around, with more exercise, less Parkinson's. The answer to that
Here's the authority, huh, Bob?
from a surprising source.
Are you abusing that authority?
Probably the only lab in the world that does represent treadmills. So it is
You
not
can't
that
interact
it's-
anymore. It needs to be the ruling. Okay, you can't interact anymore.
The University of Pittsburgh's Dr. G. Cameron has divided monkeys into two groups.
You have to be
The
arrested.
runners and the watchers. The running monkeys train for 3 months. The watchers, well, they just watch. And then both groups are injected with the toxin MPTP, the same toxic substance that caused instant Parkinson's in the frozen animals.
What we're seeing is monkeys that have run on the treadmill have very little effect of the MPTP. They're still able to use the side in which they receive the injection, and they can use it very normally. The monkeys that are running look very different from the sedentary controls. The sedentary controls aren't really using their arm, they're letting their arm hang down. It makes us think that exercise somehow changes how the brain is functioning and protects it against damage.
To see exactly what's going on, the animals are then given a brain scan. The results prove to be dramatic.
Except that you mask
The MPTP injection has decimated dopamine production in the monkeys who watched but didn't run.
Contest, running rate.
the lesion is much less.
In fact, in some of the sites, it's hard for us to know that there's a lesion at all.
Right.
In fact, while the MPTP knocked out dopamine production on one side of the brain in the sedentary monkeys, the running monkeys were only minimally affected. Their dopamine production remained virtually normal.
So what we're finding is that when we exercise a monkey on the treadmill, for the amount of exercise that clinicians would recommend middle-aged people indicate, their brain is less likely to be damaged when there's an insult.
And that's the key question. Is what's good for the monkey good for you?
What I'm really excited about is to see how I deal with stress as it increases. Well, I'm gonna go a lot of water. Just put it down in your little pad. Tell them to go a lot of water.
Laurel, Maryland resident Tom Manning is already a believer. He's had Parkinson's for 7 years, and at the age of 75, he's more than willing to work up a sweat, both on the treadmill and on the job.
The reason I keep working, I don't need the money. Last year before, I didn't get money. I keep working because it keeps me breathing, it keeps me exercising. I got to be doing something productive. The secret to Parkinson I found out, and now I can try it scientifically. That work helps for easy and easy.
Let us know.
Actually, Tom Manning may soon be able to prove it scientifically. He's part of a major new study at the Baltimore VA and the University of Maryland. And oddly enough, Dr. Lisa Schulman says it's one of the first times the impact of exercise on Parkinson's has been evaluated.
Maybe there's been a cultural perspective that has embraced pharmaceuticals and surgical approaches and has considered lifestyle changes to be very soft and not as worthy of study.
Pain the legs or your arms or anything? All right, great job.
But it's not at all out for me to imagine that the results of a properly designed exercise program are going to be more effective than many of the medications we have.
If time on the treadmill is as important as the pills you take, it may be because exercise increases something called growth factors, proteins that scientists think are essential to support the brain.
When your dopamine neurons grow, your very neurons grow, they require growth factors for nurturing. If that neuron becomes damaged through Parkinson's disease, it seems to become dependent on that growth factor.
University of Wisconsin scientist Clyde Stetson is intrigued by how growth factors might boost brain performance.
Well, like a fertilizer for your lawn. The lawn is fine, there's a fertilizer on it that starts growing beautifully. And growth factors are fertilizers for growing essentially.
Stetson wants to surgically deliver growth factors to the brains of Parkinson's patients using stem cells because they're ideally suited for a stealth-like role.
The idea is to design stem cells that make this drug, put the stem cells in the brain, and then they're delivered rather like a Trojan horse. The brain accepts the stem cell because it's neural and it's going to integrate, migrate, and get into the brain tissue.
Stetson's idea is still in development, but clinical trials using another surgical technique have so far proved disappointing, which points to why the treadmill retains a certain advantage. With exercise, the growth factor boost happens in-house, no surgery required.
So one of the reasons that we are very interested in the possibility that exercise may be productive is that the actual release of dopamine is still in the hands of the nerves. The nerves release it when they want to release it to the place that they want to release it into at the right concentration.
So in a way, it's the most natural, realistic sort of solution.
I think so.
As a physician, you really need something that will help somebody realize I can get back into life again. Make exercise a thing.
For Tom Henry, exercise is not only about getting back into life, but it's about staying in charge of it.
It gives me a goal. It gives me something that I can reach out for and to achieve. I'm a captain. I'm in charge of this. If I win something huge, I'm going to give it back home. And put the thumbs down.
And so, I keep running. 25 years after Bill Langston showed the potential link to herbicides, we're still searching for definitive environmental triggers. And therapies involving genetics, growth factors, and stem cells are big challenges to overcome. Which means that for now, the central question remains how you live with Parkinson's.
Following around your forehead and into your temples and into your cheeks.
For Tom Shearer and some of his exercise class friends, that includes picking up dates.
I will say my name with a gesture and then everyone repeats once and we'll go on to the next person.
The class is led by David Leventhal and John Hackenbotham of the Mark Morris Dance Group.
John.
It's only ever a wonderful experience to teach people with Parkinson's dance. I teach a variety of classes, often for professional level students. And I can go to this high level class, and there really is not any dancing happening. And when I come to teach the Parkinson's class, I'm seeing dancing happen.
They're there to express themselves. They're there to cross a boundary. That sort of unbridled enthusiasm and passion and free expression is really what I see in their faces and their bodies. This is one of those very special places where that happens. It's magical.
I'm that's the best deal we got. It's the best thing we got going, and I'm really blessed. I'm really lucky.
In his memoir, Lucky Man, Michael J. Fox wrote that he wouldn't go back to the life he had before Parkinson's.
No, this is my experience. It's asked so much of me that I never asked of myself. So no, I wouldn't change it. You know, I
Yes, the entire federal bar and the Nevada bar all got a copy already. And these guys are sitting around doing this. Every email on there got a copy. He doesn't want you knowing he's there, so he doesn't block outgoing, which he kind of can do.
But the fact that I can't live the world the way I do, whatever that is that made it happen, I would want to change it. by changing anything that's happened since.
Parkinson's just asks a lot. So in the end, it's how we answer that matters.
After all, we were very, very fortunate in our life. And we lived a long time. I couldn't move without saying I'm still here. We Bill had a good life. We traveled. It was just dinner. I can't imagine to this day anything different.
That's the thing to do, and maybe the only thing to do is to keep looking forward. To value and honor, believe in those friends, family members, loved ones.
Where is Otis Tools? All of you again?
We usually think of time as the enemy, but I've come to think of time as also an ally. Yes, the disease is progressive, but so too is science. And as we await those discoveries, we have at our fingertips the enduring power of the human spirit to be passed on from one to the next. I don't know what lies ahead, but I already know there will be remarkable people along the way,
Okay.
just as there always been.
Oh.
When I see you go out.
Yeah, you know, maybe I could be able to email back an answer, but I'm not. So.
How great that is, and how
Yeah,
I am.
but I'm not a good answer.
And I think that there are things on the road that will make it continue.
When you're gonna be gay, I'd be more like a gay man. I would. I'd be more like Alan. So do I.
Visit our website at pbs.org/worldwide. It's also available for download on iTunes.
Scary. You probably have a scary game from you. Yeah. To catch a predator, you game then. It's everything over there. The children and especially people, which is a mess. I mean, you have to. Do you have? They have little boys. They say they're talking to this.
My fellow Americans, we have endured
Because pretty gay about it, I guess. We have some male pedophile and captive audience action here. Such ridiculous.
can't be simply dismissed as coincidental. Conditions were such in every one of these cities that almost any spark could set them off. Yeah, in New York, you had Detroit, you had cities all across the country, up in flames. People were wondering, can we actually have a country? I'm tonight appointing a special advisory commission to all.
Yeah, you actually know that Kate died at there. No, you actually act more like that.
Recommendations to me, to the Congress, to the state government,
The person that says nothing about it, really.
or measures to prevent or contain such
Get that guy.
disasters in the future.
You're a gay person, I give you this.
Answer three questions.
I'm not gay.
What happened?
I'm not that gay.
Why did it happen?
I think
What can be done to prevent it from happening again and again.
The commission held 20 days of hearings. We heard from a lot of witnesses. They really were trying to get a baseline of knowledge about why American cities were on fire.
And members of the President's Commission on Civil Disorders here in our city today.
The Coroner Commission avoided this tendency to listen only to certain sections of society.
With the American Award all over the country talking to the people. Then we can sitting in a building in Washington. I trust that the report will be completely honest. That being the case, it will describe undoubtedly a very serious condition in the country. The commission told the truth, but it was a harsh truth. Throughout the neighborhood, more than 2,000 copies of the riot report were sold in less than a week.
Why can't a man be more like a woman? Why can't a woman be more like a man?
Churches, libraries, even police departments buy the book in bulk.
Funny, isn't it? Like Homer Simpson and like. Well, from all the greats and stuff. He's clean and he likes the arts. Can't be like that. Exactly. My fair lady. You didn't get that. No, you're monsters. Like, I know what you're talking about. It's scary people. I'm not sure. People are nice and my friends are like school and work and stuff. So,
The city in those sections is apparently still in what can only be classified as open rebellion. And Mayor Anizio and I have determined that the line between
I said the company.
order.
That's fine, but you can't. And then you got some things with the way. That's why. Which makes it a good company to run by. Which is the general like consensus opinion, and that's why they're sorting same as you. They're like not necessarily sorting, they're just there. The guy's there.
They all look pretty much like this. On the massive city devastation, as far as the eye can see, in certain directions. Debris, broken glass, all that's left after a night of violent rioting. How much did you lose? $15,000 to $20,000. But it isn't that. It's all my life that I put in 18 years. It's not that it was now forced out. Why? Because these professionals know that these problems are right out here.
Listen, all we want is an equal right, that's all we ask for. And as long as they keep this up, we're gonna burn the white out.
Their opinions on these. Yeah, he knows that. That's another person there. There's Alan. Go to the art school for ballet. That's one of the Betsy. Yeah, actually. When I go to the art museum, that's his mom. My mom.
Like yesterday, it was on the west side of the city, but it's pretty well across the city now, so we're here, you're going back and clear down to square mile, something like that. As part of the fair, I do hereby particularly request the immediate deployment of federal troops into Michigan to assist state and local authorities in reestablishing law and order in the city of Detroit. It caused enormous fear and anger, puzzlement. 43 Americans died in these streets, 386 were injured, 477 buildings were damaged or destroyed. Something like it happened in some of these American cities that so much. The question was, is this some kind of organized thing? How long is it going to last?
You don't need to go to jail for shouting. This is going to be some like opinion op-ed again. You do, yeah, but you do need to go to prison for. You need to go to jail for just everything. Oh, undermining the legal system, carrying on so much, lying, being so like busy and loud in relation to things that they just not staying down, and then all of you need to go for not arresting these men and like making everybody else look bad. If it's their jurisdiction, shouting fire in the crowd movie theater. Jurisdiction needs to go. The Arkansas Sheriff's Department, if you're shooting needs to arrest the neighbor pornography and dogs. Right now. They're really sex offending. They might have had something like they couldn't use in Raleigh, but they were using in area. Okay, I don't know. They say that when you let the guy have a thing of that, like into something and you don't answer a report line, the guy will like really, yeah, like if you got like a nasty schizoid, unfortunately, like perfectly nice normal schizophrenic people. But it's a difficult disease. It's a disease. It's just difficult for the guy. I'm not thinking that. But like morally sound, there's no people. But like,
If you forget it, I'll take my pocket knife and cut your blindfold. If you're not so blank. My fellow Americans, we have endured a week.
What do you call it?
A time of violence and tragedy.
Yeah, when you let like a schizoid dominant symptomatic, you'll say he was some kind of, he had a medical delusion, or something, you let him get in. The thing where like the guy has like the pedophile church guy or something. Yeah, Boy Scout counselor or coach or something. Like the one guy will really notice like so many kids, right? Yeah, you need to get these guys out of here.
Well, it's true. Like, the guy molested like 60 children in the course of because he just let them go badly and really scarily. And did some real damage. You're really not allowed to break the law. Let things go. I don't know, Ew, Arkansas, and whatever North Carolina's going. It was like Walmart needs to get you. I don't know what Walmart may do otherwise. I have no problems with Walmart. Maybe somewhere I should. I don't know. It's the same as forever. Go to bed. Yeah, there's problems. Does Walmart have anything to do with it? What about Walmart needs to get you for defamation or something? What's that? They're not themselves. Seems like the Clintons campaign. Well, there's a power group. There's politicians around like Clinton's politics. You should have gotten me for defamation on time. It's just if you're running around, why aren't the police intervening with you? I mean, the guy really left a messy evidence trail that was really bad. A baby mama seaward from hell. And that's quite the kidnapping, really. It's unbelievable. You have to believe it enough to go check the tip of the iceberg. Okay? I was telling you that I asked the guy in the iceberg, yeah, it's really a mess over there. No. Well, this is who would do such a thing? A complete crazy man that you let run around completely over here. Albert Fish the Ghoul of some sort, the dungeon master. Well, I did it because my opinions on that were. You said that you were like jealous or something, and I reported you. Is why you brought me back. Like you had him crash through my door because I said, "Real criminal is the other jurisdiction." Okay, I'm so transport back.
Civil Rights Act of 1964 desegregated all public accommodations. Passed the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which essentially desegregated the voting process throughout the entire U.S. South.
Well, you confess those again, really. I thought that could be off. Where did that really? Yeah, where did the woman go? That could be off the wagon in some way. I'm not on drugs. Well, it could be there. And I was jealous of that guy. I heard about. I don't know. So he confesses? Yeah, he tells you all about it. He's a piece of schizophrenic worker. Right? Cool. He does do Albert Fish cool stuff like that. Albert Fish wrote that he was a cannibal of children. I know, well, he's a ghoul. So this little person with the head in the box that's not like Adam Walsh. Yes, it can be. There's ghouls. There's actual ghouls. Sometimes, like, statistically, the courts find, in the prison system, there's ghouls. That's a ghoul. I guess it's a specific kind of schizophrenic. Jeffrey Dahmer was surprisingly clear-spoken. That's medication. I'm not sure you can fix that. Can you fix Alzheimer's with medication? Completely. You're not getting out meds easy though. You need meds like required because you really committed a serious crime. I don't know if I was swearing emails into the butt. Study the bride with the knife. Jilted mother. Okay. Could be out there, but I don't know. Well, it's not. That's not what happened here. I don't know what's going on with any of the rest of the stuff. Maybe people are fighting it, people are trying people with them. It is whatever it is. The courts are not the law. The facts speak for themselves. When you follow the proper, which agreements you have, and what is happening in the modern world, the proper protocol for creating is what it is, and the facts are what actually happening. No, I don't look at anything about that. But it's already a closed case. Not if the evidence is falsified. Stop doing that. Are you sure? Because and are you lying? You're basically to do that. That's not okay. This is why, and it's the guy that falsified this evidence. Which means they kidnapping victim again. As long as just go ask Mr. Carter and Ms. Fisher what happened. What were the interactions between myself and them? And do you have trouble stopping? They weren't that hard to find. Your police, how you trying to do? Or see if you can find the actual evidence in the case. As the last I heard, you should put in another Freedom of Information Act. The police don't have to do that for you. I think the actual evidence showed up and it was just stuffed into a wall. There's nothing going on. They didn't have a scratch on them. It was stuffed in a wall, but it's stuffed into an evidence locker. They didn't have a scratch on them, and they like.
Too many tax dollars on too wide a range of social programs, but those social programs themselves are.
Yeah, he does that. His older sister was in made for TV. You said that. This is crude movie. I have no idea, but that's actually correct. She's 10 years older than him, not
Massive demographic changes that resulted from the Great Migration of rural Black Americans in the southern states to.
I didn't know what anything to do with it. You just like, why would it?
Blacker, Washington DC had come into a Black majority by 1960. Detroit and Cleveland, Black people were edgy majorities. This was alarming to federal policymakers because as Black populations.
I don't know. You're not an expert on it. You have to hire I don't know, but that's correct. You're supposed to actually have a like. Oh. You're not supposed to be paying people paychecks that are actually allocated for experts. Yeah. Checking through R&D. We're in the South, maybe. I don't know what's wrong with the serious goal or anything. Well, this is definitely having trouble in destroying the bees. Well, you're like whipping and murdering children, and one of them's kind of in a uniform. Over here in general, not good for out. And you're in people's homes, and you really need to like do something. We do have to get this out of our homes. There's a guy it's been around a while too. He said earlier, stuff like this is like the 70s. I actually believe it, really, yeah. That's what I said. I've heard this story like for a million years. So it's a Yankee. It has outbreaks, like, an outbreak. Stop with your illusion anymore. That's why they teach it to you in school. I don't know what you're going to make it worse. Jesus. So you need to be charged with shouting fire at your crowded movie theater. That thing, you're causing trouble. Undermining police integrity, court integrity, everything. Also, you know you're lying. You know you're lying to commit a crime. And then you're doing that weird symptomatic like dominance thing all day. You need to stop it. All of you need to stand down and you're actually a member of the community and society in which you work. It means you're a member of the community. You need to do the same as everywhere else. These people live in the community, so they're walking down the street and not breaking the law. Paying their taxes, they're trying to make on using the facilities appropriately. Being drunk or disorderly, or inappropriate or disrespectful to the people in property.
A rider with a Molotov cocktail in his hand is not fighting for civil rights any more than a clown with a sheet on his back and a mask on his face. They are both more or less what the law requires. Lawbreakers, destroyers of constitutional rights and liberties, and will ultimately destroy if we allow.
On the heels of us, Congress passes by unanimous vote the Law Enforcement Assistance Act. And that's one of the points at which we can mark the beginnings of a war on crime. In theory, this war on crime coexists with this war on poverty, almost some kind of stick and carrot. And it funnels millions of dollars into increasing numbers of police and experimental crime control projects that will be enacted by and large in low-income communities of color.
First noted that the federal government actually sending money to help support crime control. Crime is no longer a state and local issue. The federal government is going to get involved. It's setting up a precedent.
But the war crime in no way clouds violence. You have even more of those kind of conflicts in 1966. Uprisings in 38 American cities, from San Francisco to Providence, Rhode Island.
I think America must see riots that don't develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society, which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots.
The image of civil rights in many white Americans' minds had been of African Americans beseeching the nation for decent treatment, for equality, asking white America to just accord them their basic humanity. The images of well-dressed sit-in demonstrators being beaten, being spat upon, are so important to understanding white Americans' sympathetic attitudes towards civil rights. And then you see a fundamental transition where media simply can't resist the spectacle of urban disorder. The camera simply cannot look away. And as much as it unsettles white viewers, there's also this sort of fixation. In some ways, it's confirming their darkest prejudices about white Americans. Now they're seeing a more menacing face of white America, and they emphatically do not like what they're seeing.
What you start to see is this phrase, we're rewarding the riot. We're creating a climate where people understand that through uprisings, through rioting, through looting, and gaining support of the vote, we will then shower communities with new and expensive social programs subsidized by angry and anxious white voters outside of urban America.
Military is one of this nation's foremost public opinion advocates. In years gone by and again this summer. There, how much of a change has there been in the northern white man's attitude
for the black men during the summer of 1952. The theory was going to have when the Negroes moving into their neighborhood was not questioned.
Would like to, I'd like to have enough money to do that.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was fairly uncontroversial.
It's not your community. You're a member of the community, which you're not. I mean, you own the community. You own Research Triangle Park, Cary, North Carolina. You own Fayetteville, Arkansas, Berryville, Arkansas. You're in Good Springs, Arkansas. You own all the property in it. You're the king, and you can do anything you want. You're the owner of the. Well, you're very wealthy. Right?
That is when life seems to say this far, but no further.
I'm sure it don't come in for one reason. That's the question of the event. Discourage the white person. Stop the what's from looking in the area.
You own your patch of land, which is if you're a police officer. The normal things that the police we've never really interacted with because we don't have to break the law and do. The patch of land is what? As a member of the community, because you're hired as a police officer in the community. They should arrest the pedophile, arrest the guy coming through windows, arrest the stalker. Maybe you could be the stalker. Get that in the jail in the mental hospital. Yeah. You're not allowed to do any of the other stuff in the community. And then you're not allowed to be a police officer in the community if you have. That's the law. That's the end of it.
Saying things like, why can't you wait? Even blacks who are supportive. It's like, who support the idea that blacks need to
Arrest the man doing that because that's your job. Otherwise, you can't be a police officer in the community. Which is the only reason it's your community.
Conservative white politicians across the country borrowing from the Goldwater playbook and using law and order as basis for commerce. And Democrats in general and liberals in particular suffer serious losses. If you are Republican,
You belong. You're an extremely serious criminal who talks about and is engaging in criminal acts so heinous. You have to be immediately arrested and taken into custody. But you're still at large. You're a class A highest myriad of felonies of the highest felonies. And you have the most heinous and aggravated nature. The malicious nature. All of you, actually. Which is why you don't do it, do things. You know, there's nowhere your job was there or anything. Even it was a contributing factor to your offending. It should have been resolved a long time ago. You very much crossed the line into very serious crime that you can't make any excuses for. You're not supposed to mess up. Like, okay, well, maybe you need to stop running and leaping and screaming so much and doing things. You're messed up. And that's something you actually do. Your job is to checking evidence. You also need to show like reasonable morality. I mean, that's called. I don't know. You don't really have any righteous indignation. You have righteous indignation where you're like, I'm mad at that guy. And then how do you handle that? I'm mad at DUIs, so I'm just going to keep punching rock and getting up out of it. No. You have those every. Yeah, that's. He was a nice enough person. That's why people were upset about it. You weren't allowed to do that. Right? Or he just was. Okay, guy. Ordinary. He was an ordinary customer too.
to fight the pestilence of rats.
Oh, they really beat them up. Have you seen the video? It's like, he did that.
Past trials, he was pretty killed.
As far as I know, he didn't. Except he was a DUI. Substances in his pocket. It's a relatively ordinary custom for. That's the usual suspects for every day.
If Newark and Detroit and Plainfield and Toledo are the French weekend, here is our answer. Lyndon Johnson is a political animal. He understands exactly what is happening. He sees the political trap.
Have you seen the videos? It's unbelievable.
Creating a presidential commission was for Johnson the best option. Because it allows him to show presidential leadership that is aware of the disturbances that are taking place and doing something about it. But it also allows him to kick the can
You
down.
keep bringing them, they're out there.
He can say, well, I've done my part.
It's a big city.
Set up this distinguished commission. Let's wait for the recommendations.
I was in Mississippi doing
I would have been like,
work,
what was that? Probably 12, I think.
watching a black and white television.
13.
And
So
Johnson was
everybody
speaking
knows.
about this terrible crisis that was occurring in America, and he announced that he was forming this commission. We laughed and we thought, oh my God, you know, commissions are appointed to make problems go away, not to deal with them, right?
The commission will investigate the origins of the recent disorders in our cities. It will make recommendations to me, to the Congress, to the state governors, and to the mayors for measures to prevent or contain such disasters in the future. President Johnson called us together by telegram after he appointed us. We met in the cabinet room. He signed a.
I think whatever Post's apartment, I mean, it's already big, but they were rude about it. They were offensive. And whatever that was coming out of it, and it was offensive.
Some aspect of the great society, especially the Civil Rights Act of '64, or the Rights Act. Also,
And they let them just walk on it. We had other stuff.
Would not appoint anyone who was a skeptic of the economy.
It's meant to give him the political leeway to maneuver, and you anticipate.
I know that like everybody, even people like, they did do something offensive. Well, the whole thing was offensive, and then they did something offensive. And even people that were like, apparently something, that whatever that came out of, you really don't beat the other than shoot out of the Thursday night DUI. And that's all it was. And then whatever they did afterwards, like apparently they did stuff on TV that like everybody like, oh, maybe white Republicans were like really something they just did on the television out of whatever police department in LA that was out of, was just like the adults that were there at the time, really, you know. It was offensive, really. Yeah. People that would have been, and they said that, but like, maybe they were there for the civil rights movement, and like, you know, you really, because there used to be stuff like that, like beating up African American people, but you just don't really. Yeah, they said that my mom lived in like Montgomery, Alabama, because they were just stationed there, and I don't know when it was, 1963 or something. Like, yeah.
And the only dead black senator since Reconstruction.
There was stuff like just beating up people like the guy at the bus stop or stuff.
Two members of the House.
Not in relation to Rodney King, it was just something like she looked up at the school bus and they were like beating the heck out of her. Like, so, oh, you just didn't do that at defensive. And then they said something afterwards. It was like, so apparently they had personality disorder mouth. Really, yeah. Everybody's like, boo. The guy that does that.
Many very well-known people and establishment people. The only activist voice is that of Republicans who standards of.
Well, don't do that there. Really? Yeah. Well, everybody. Would be. Only thing that like, Probably you don't want to be the guy, and then the guy that does do that, like, you don't want to be the public guy that did something that work. There's a normal older person. He's a he lived, you know.
But Johnson really wanted this team and full report. And he said, answer 3 questions.
What happened? Why did it happen? What can be done?
Something they did like on TV afterwards. Not just they let them walk, but it was like the way they were talking. Really, yeah, the people didn't like the way they talked.
Money won't be any problem for you.
So,
They've been angry.
Chairman, Mr.
Like,
Vice Chairman,
if you wife beat her mouth or something.
let us be untrammeled by what has been called the conventional wisdom. As best you can, find the truth, the whole truth, and express it in your report.
I didn't know John Belinsky earlier, but in our first meeting, John spoke out about how important he thought it was that not just deal with the question of law and order.
Well, they're older white Republicans, so they're going to be against rioting and like they might have like, especially at the time, they might have grown up with like a cultural accent, but they might be a little bit racist.
I grew up in
But
a little town in Oklahoma.
when polled ordinary people didn't like something they did, like out loud in public, there was apparently that wife beater they hate. You're not clear about it because those are out there. That wasn't there for some reason. He was interacting with those dudes. Yeah, it's. She said she looked out at the school bus and there were like white guys like eating. It was a little much. They were kind of glad they moved. She went to base school. They were only there for like 2 years. They tried like public school and it was a little much. Otherwise, schools in the 50s and 60s were good. Quite, you know. Well, she looked out the window and there was like white guys like throwing bricks at like an African American guy that just looked like a man catching the bus or something. So maybe you don't really beat up African American people. It's offensive.
Causes racial unrest, which they believe was poverty in a sense of powerlessness.
Even if it's like, you know, like if you're a police officer and you're running a little tight and it's like it's stressful and the guy gets a, you know, a DUI that's being acted on. Because I mean, the people in the jails like white or African American are like, just unpleasant, awful and dangerous, way too drunk. You're arrested.
The group decided to begin hearings in Washington next Tuesday and Wednesday with government officials. The commission will ask for subpoena powers. The president wants an interim report from the commission no later than March 1st of next year. He wants a final report at the latest 1 year from today.
This is not the group of people that you would generally expect to be the kind of shout of wisdom.
I just sort of hate it, right? Yeah, how like, I remember people like, like the other guy, Churchy Bird, just like got it too hard on television or something. And those guys that beat up African American people that are awful, and nobody hates them for it. They sound like them. White beater.
As to how the society can move forward.
Oh, and it's almost like naked now.
I don't think there's any question about it. There's no doubt in my mind that he's right.
They're not the island.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, especially like,
He's right.
and this isn't funny or anything. So they say that about like, if you don't, I don't know, but people don't like, you don't see like Confederate flags in North Carolina, not because like, because I think we were, you say we're in the South, maybe you see them in like West Virginia and they don't really mean anything, you know. think North Carolina actually had stuff where it was like, okay, yikes. Yeah, we hate that guy. I'm not climbing rallies and stuff. Yeah, and I think they actually, I'm not sure, I think they actually, you might have to watch for things in general. Oh, there's supposed to be watchdogs for it. Okay. So that is the thing of that. But people don't like rednecks don't run around with them at all. They're icky. No. I think they actually saw icky stuff down next to them. It's really made it off. Might be still somebody next to them. Yeah, they're kind of icky though. They're really bad off the island. I think because like North Carolina's gonna align themselves with the South. I'm not sure. It's just wrapped in the North Carolina.
There is a sense among white Americans that the king is no longer in charge.
Well, it doesn't mean that exactly in Virginia. They're icky.
The FBI was all over these guys.
Sure. Yeah, pretty much everyone, including rednecks. Like apparently their parents were probably rednecks. You know, Confederate flag icky. West Virginia's like, man. It's not actually like in the South as much. So yeah, there's probably like a rich one guy in Oxford outside of Durham or something. Wrapped in one that was like, yeah, yuck. Really scary. So they're on that.
Only the line against the threats of black people being at the vanguard of a communist state.
There was like real crime there. It was like it's scary.
Hoover is consistently playing up these possibilities.
For some reason, like Klan, because you have to watch for a white power, but like, you really don't. Really. Apparently, it was a venue. So like Frank from Fried Green Tomatoes or something, like Mr. Icky joined, and then it was running around, and people did not like it. It was like criminal element. Too much. Didn't like the Klan. Yeah, you know, I mean, like people, that's not nice, but you see, like North Carolina had a large, like for different times, actually had a large like Klan, because they were at the state fair or something, just marching around in like a white pride group, because it was fun to join like a, you see like grandmas in an outfit on the parade or something, really, yeah. But I think so people just being slightly awful and degnogy, you know, which could attract the middle of the humans, or just the people, not the total. But I think it, like in Mississippi burning, how icky are they? Really? Yeah, it became like a serious criminal element. It was like icky when people said no. And it was not like liberals or anything, like super liberals or something. Probably, and it's that other guy that you're like, the other guy, like, no, and then they, I don't know, people around on television, and it had stopped attracting from anybody. Mom didn't want him around. There was like a gang element. They still did like white pride stuff or like segregation and Jesse Helms was part of that, like Mark Thurman, white conservative and things like that. The Klan had too much of it, did too many bad things. I mean, people, then it became, it's like a band group. We don't really have that much of it. In my own rural areas, you do actually have to watch out for it if somebody comes in and says, I'm having issues with out of whatever.
Okay, so you actually have whatever it is you've got going on over here.
A massive.
They have going on, then presumably just doing something to you.
Make jobs, high income, a reality for every American citizen.
But you used to hear like cultural accents from back in the day when people actually grew up in that generation. Older people. But I think, I believe those people, I'm not sure. Those people just want white power. Nazi or something, I'm not sure. It was like a venue for crime and domestic violence.
Law enforcement activists, and they really were trying to get a kind of baseline.
It gets an ew overall. Yeah, but I mean, it's every.
One of the witnesses,
There's some type of one.
psychologist, Kenneth Clark.
Ew, the Klan. I think they ended up being, it's like a movie.
All of the inquiries that have happened in the last two uprisings, 1935, 1943, 1965, and says each of them produced a report. None of those reports actually made any difference, and raises the question of whether this inquiry will make any difference either.
So far as we can find this point, the person has only a small amount of material before us as the various riots occurred. There seems to be no common plan. There doesn't seem to be a plan at all. Something happened that maybe rumored, maybe arrest, but suddenly it triggers what? The president told us to state facts. And one of the facts that he said straight out was that there was a great deal of overreaction by the police and by the National Guard. The great majority of people who were killed were black people. We looked at, for example, the sniping reports. Like they don't know all of that. They don't know. And they will tie up a lot of people.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this off and go out for a while. I don't know. That way this will, is it like 20 hours long or something actually to upload? But I know it was on live stream. No, that's just observing. You don't have to watch for other stuff. But it's just an actual. Arkansas might have problems with it though. Right? It's pretty. It's like a kook or a. Well, we've seen like white power. They can have other too far right. Especially like kind of generation, like I said, cultural accents and things like that. Maybe watch the civil rights organizations, which will watch for everything, you know. But the like civil rights, well, it's only you're of the FBI. They like refer you to it in this one. I don't know why, and it's like then they tell you they're like they tell the FBI tells you it's not that kind of civil rights crime. Okay, you're not that kind of minority. It's very strange. They'll even like I swear one mentioned the like Women's Act or something. Really. Well, that's constitutional law, dude. Okay, Jesus. No, it's the FBI. Okay, I'm going off for a bit. Maybe just leave it on in the house and see if it catches them over there. They probably want to talk into it if I'm not on. No. Leave it on in case they try to break in. That's true, yeah. If it's still on, aim it at the door. No, they didn't break in. There's nobody in your house when you come home. Okay. Yeah.